A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. It's shortly before curtain time, backstage at the Hamilton Theater just off Broadway in New York. Larry Noble, star of the play, is in his dressing room smoking nervously when we hear...
Come in.
Larry, I've got to talk to you.
Well, Claudia Vincent. For the love of heaven, Claudia, don't you know it's almost curtain time?
Well, we have a few minutes at least. And I can't stand it waiting alone in my dressing room. I can't stand the way everybody looks at me, even the stagehands. I want to run away and never come back to the theater.
That's what got us into this mess in the first place. You're running away with Oliver Wilson when you ought to have stayed right here for that final rehearsal of our opening performance in the play.
Oh, don't start blaming me for what's happened, Larry. Larry, I just can't stand anymore.
All right, Claudia, let's not talk about it at all. Been too much talk already.
Do you know anything more about the run of the play?
No. All I know is they haven't closed it yet. They may at any moment. It's like waiting for the trap to be sprung. You aren't the only one that's nervous, my friend.
Have they been terrible to you, darling? Did that disgusting policeman at headquarters ask you all kinds of awful questions?
If you mean Sergeant Riley, he didn't ask me any questions at all. I waited half the day in our producer's office, waiting to be called to headquarters. When the call came, Mary and I went down to the place, and I had another delightful wait outside.
You mean he didn't even ask you anything?
No. He had Marion with him for ages. She came out ready to cry, she was so nervous. And he said that would be all. In other words, I didn't have a chance to say anything.
Well, I should think that would have suited you perfectly. What in the world would you want to tell that horrible man?
I don't like the idea of having him ask questions of everyone around me and leaving me out of it. What do you have to say to you, Claudia?
Nothing. Nothing at all. He hasn't even called me. When I came to New York this afternoon, I left word where I could be reached, but nothing happened.
Great. It's going to be a nice job getting through the performance tonight. If I don't miss my lines in the play, I'll be surprised.
Larry, I'm not going out to your home in Rosehaven anymore. I've made up my mind about that.
Oh? I thought it was up to Sergeant Riley to decide that, Claudia.
Well, I don't care. I won't go back there. Your wife, Mary, hates me, and she wants to prove that I killed Oliver Wilson. Well, I can't stand any more of that kind of thing.
Suit yourself, Claudia. I'm not going to suggest anything to anybody.
They're trying to pin the crime on me.
What makes you say that?
Well, I know it's true. Sergeant Riley is trying to charge me.
Right. Mary was in there with him for ages, and she told me that Riley has tagged me for the number one suspect.
That's only a blind, Larry.
How do you figure that?
Well, he's trying to scare her so that she'll help him pin the blame on me. He's trying to intimidate her, that's all.
Well, he's scaring the daylights out of me, if you want to know, Claudia.
He only wants her to tell him things about me, things that will make me look guilty.
I don't see what she could tell him that he doesn't already know. Your elopement with Oliver Wilson right at the time you were rehearsing for your first big Broadway part doesn't look so good. And the fact that you turned so violently against the guy when you found out he wasn't a right man after all.
So you want to implicate me, too?
I don't want to do anything of the kind, Claudia. But you might as well face the facts. If you'd given Oliver Wilson a brush-off when he started hanging around, none of this would have happened.
That's right, Larry. Blame me. Try to make me seem as awful as you can. In that way, you may be able to clear yourself.
I'm not trying to do anything except live through these next few days. It's like sitting on a keg of dynamite. And we have to go out on stage in a couple of minutes and try to pretend nothing has happened. I suppose right now the theater's packed with curiosity seekers.
I don't know. I don't even care about the play.
You never did, Claudia. That's the big trouble. You convinced me that it mattered more than anything else. And that's why I took the trouble to get you this chance. But you never cared at all. You ran off and got married even before the opening. And now you don't give a hang if the show closes. You're a great trooper, Claudia. You make me realize what a fool I was. Even more of a fool than everyone told me when I first suggested you for the part.
Don't turn on me this way, Larry. It's too late for that. We're in trouble, horrible trouble. We've got to stick together. Don't you see that? You and I are the only ones who can help each other. All the others will try to make us appear guilty. We've got to help one another, Larry. It's our only chance to get out of this alive.
Okay. Be right there. Come on, Claudia. Time's up. Let's get out there on the stage and get it over with.
And at this same time, in the library of his Oyster Bay estate on Long Island, wealthy Rupert Barlow, the financial backer of Larry's play, is talking to Victor, the man he calls his valet, although others have suggested he's more of a bodyguard. And we hear...
About time you showed up, Victor. Where the devil have you been?
I got delayed. I couldn't get here before now, Mr. Barlow.
Well, that's fine. That's going to sound great at police headquarters.
How do you mean, police headquarters?
Don't you know, you blasted idiot, that the police have been looking for you?
What for?
Murder.
Go on. That ain't funny, Mr. Barlow.
You're darned right. That ain't funny. You're going to have a lot of explaining to do when Sergeant Riley finds you.
Why should I have to answer to him or anybody else?
Because you were fool enough to go backstage at the Hamilton Theater on the night Oliver Wilson was murdered.
Who says I was there?
Well, now stop trying to get out of it, Victor. You were seen by several people. You were across the street from the theater during an intermission. And after the play was over, you were heard threatening Oliver Wilson. That was just a short time before his body was found hanging from the wings.
You sure about this, Mr. Barlow?
Of course I am. What were you doing back there anyhow? I gave you the night off.
Anybody else know that?
Of course. Everybody, including the police.
Ah.
What did you go there for? That's what I want to know.
Because that young Wilson said I had some mugs stop him on the road and beat him up. And it's a lie. I wasn't going to let him get away with it. I told him so.
And shortly after that, he was found murdered. That's going to put you in a great spot, Victor.
I didn't have nothing to do with it, Mr. Barlow. I didn't lay a hand on the guy. I only told him that he better not try any more of that kind of stuff. Not on me, anyhow. Told him he better quit trying to get me in trouble.
You're in plenty of it now, whether you like it or not. Why the devil couldn't you have kept away?
Listen, boss. You know I can't stand no police questions.
And there's nothing I can do about it. You were backstage at the theater, and the police know it. You'd better start thinking of a good story to account for every minute of your time.
Look, Mr. Barlow, I got you out of plenty of trouble in my time. You better stand by me.
I tell you, there's nothing I can do, Victor. Now get out of here and let me get back to the papers.
Okay. Only you better not let me take this rap. There's a lot of things I could say if I got in the corner.
And in nearby Rosehaven, Mary is sitting in the living room of her home with Maud Marlowe, family friend. And we hear...
I just can't shake this terrible fear, Maud. I've been trying to piece things together, to remember just how everything happened that awful night, and to reconstruct it from the time we went backstage. But it's hopeless. The whole night has turned into a kind of muddle.
Now, don't let yourself get panicky, dear. That's the most important thing.
But how can I help it when I know that Sergeant Riley is determined to put the blame for the murder on Larry?
I wonder how much of that is true.
You weren't there, Maud. You don't know the things he said. And he meant every word. He's going to try to accuse Larry of killing Oliver Wilson.
Well, why Larry more than Claudia Vincent, or Rupert Barlow, or Julia Dixon, or even that wretched Victor, for that matter?
Because... I can't explain it. But if Larry should be charged with the murder, even if he proved his innocence later, he'd be ruined. His whole career would be shot. I've simply got to help him some way. I wish you'd try to think of something, Maud.
I've done nothing but think ever since this happened, Mary. My mind is a positive mill race. But nothing comes of it. I keep blaming myself for giving Claudia Vincent and Oliver Wilson the mistaken idea that the other was terribly rich. Oh, if only I'd kept still.
Have you told Sergeant Riley about that?
Oh, no, Mary. He hasn't asked me.
And when he does?
I'll tell him everything I can. And you must do the same, Mary. Even though you may be pointing suspicion on someone. This is no time to spare feelings. The whole truth must come out before any further violence is done.
Maud, don't suggest such a thing.
Why not? We know that a murder was done backstage at the Hamilton Theater last night. And when a person has killed once, if it's a question of hiding the truth even for a little while, he won't mind killing again.
Mary shudders at the thought. But she admits that it is reasonable. And once again she tries to piece together the facts in the pattern of this horrible situation. Well, be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jello program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Just One of Those Things. Ladies and gentlemen, it may be perfectly true that a rose by any other name would be as fragrant, but if you didn't know what to ask for, you'd never get to enjoy it. So a name is important. It's mighty important, whether you're buying flowers for fragrance or desserts for flavor. That's why we urge you to look for the name Jell-O whenever you're buying a gelatin dessert, because that name is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you that here is the real thing, the one and only Jell-O. If you hear any other dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other Jell-O. And you'll find it's worthwhile to insist on Jell-O because Jell-O brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. It's put there by a special process, and it's sealed right in so it can't get out. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, all six have this extra-rich goodness that makes Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was just one of those things played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bring you... Oh, just a moment, folks. Mary, where's Jack?
He'll be right in. He's in the next room sending a telegram.
Oh, he's been in there 10 minutes. What's it all about?
I don't know. Jack said it was none of my business, so let's open the door and listen.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Mary. It isn't cricket.
We're not in England now. Open it up, Mary.
Okay. Gee, he looks mad.
Operator, will you please pay attention? I asked for Western Union, and you gave me the Plumbers Union 3 times.
I did?
Yes, I'm not a plumber. I don't know a plunger from a trombone. Now, will you please get me Western Union?
All right, handsome.
Handsome? Well, you can't even see my face.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
That's all you've been doing. Now, will you please make it snappy?
Just a moment. I'll let you talk to information.
Look, I don't want to talk to information.
For goodness sake, you can talk to the girl. You don't have to marry her.
Look, miss, I'm in a hurry. Will you please get me Western Union?
Okay.
Gee, that guy fights with everybody.
Especially on telephones.
Quiet, you two.
Here's your party.
It's about time. Hello? Western Meat Market. What's your order, please? I'd like a pound... Hey, wait a minute. I've got the wrong number. Operator.
Number, please.
Look, operator, this is Old Faithful talking. Now, if it's all right with you, I'd like to send a telegram.
Oh, you want Western Union?
Yes, and congratulations. This is the longest conversation since Cohen on the telephone. Now, look, operator, it's the last time I'm going to...
Hello, this is Western Union.
What?
This is Western Union.
Well, for heaven's sake, it's sure good to hear your voice. How are you?
Oh, hello, Joe. When did you get in town?
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm not Joe. Look, I want to send a wire to Fred Allen, New York City.
Oh, so that's the big mystery.
This ought to be good.
You get the name, miss? Fred Allen.
Allen, how do you spell it?
A as in anteater, L as in liar, another L as in leech, E-N. Now, here's the message. Dear Mr. Allen, heard your program again last Wednesday, and this is your final warning.
Oh, did you hear him, too? I thought I'd die when he said Jack Benny was a male impersonator.
That's very funny. Now, take my message.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Allen, if you ever mention the name of Jack Benny again, the undersigned will personally come to New York and kick your new but unpaid-for teeth out. Have you got that?
Yeah.
Good. Sign it, The Clutching Hand. How much is that? Straight message.
Just a moment, please.
The Clutching Hand. Where did Jack get that name?
Oh, you know his rheumatism.
Quiet. Let's go back.
How much is it, miss? I haven't got all day.
That'll be $2.46 for a straight message.
Fine. Send it collect.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, that's that. Al will never guess who sent that wire, and he'll be plenty scared. Oh, now what? Hello?
Hello, I got Western Union for you.
I just talked to Western Union. Young lady, how do you keep your job anyway?
Well, right now I'm sitting on the boss's lap.
Oh. 800 telephone operators in this city, and I had to get her. Sorry I'm late, Don. You can introduce me now.
Okay, that was 1 o'clock jump played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that suave comedian, that sophisticated humorist, that clutching hand, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Clutching hand. Don, what's the matter with this gang anyway? Can't I even make a telephone call without everybody eavesdropping?
Well, Jack, it really wasn't my idea.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, I thought of it. You know me. I'm just a spy at heart.
Oh, you are? Well, listen, Matta Harris. I think spying is about as low a trick as any human being can possibly do.
You're right, Jack.
Certainly I'm right. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Clutch.
Oh, you, too. Huh? Well, if you want to know something, Mary, you're nothing but a little snoop.
Well, at least I never sign a fake name to a telegram.
Yeah, where did you get that clutching hand stuff?
Phil, it so happens that was my nickname when I was a kid. Everybody used to call me Clutching Hand Benny.
Why?
Because I never had a belt for my pants. That's why. Are you satisfied?
Well, I got the impression you were trying to scare Fred Allen. Did you hear him Wednesday night?
Yes, I heard him. Every week I get the same question.
Well, I tuned in last Wednesday, and I thought he was exceptionally amusing.
Amusing? Don, I've listened to seashells that were more entertaining than Allen. And another thing, to hear Allen talk, you'd think I was a weakling and a coward.
That's right, the Daily Double.
Why?
And you know, Jack, there isn't a week goes by that Allen doesn't mention how tight you are.
He says I'm tight. He's a fine one to talk. Any man that'll tar and feather his straw hat so he can wear it in the wintertime. Well.
No kidding, Jack. Is he really that stingy?
Stingy? You want to hear something, Don? I went over to his house one day and caught him painting cheese on mouse traps. Isn't that awful, Mary? Starving a poor little mouse.
Well, I never saw a fat one in your house.
Is that so? I've got several with double chins. Anyway, let's drop, Al. I'm talking about something a little more pleasant.
Well, speaking of something pleasant, I have some good news for you, Jack.
You have? What is it, Don?
Well, Phil tells me he's not going to leave our program after all.
Really? Why, Phil, what caused this sudden change in your plans?
Well, Jack, I thought the whole thing over. And after all, you've always been a regular guy with me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're a pretty sweet fella to work for.
Mm-hmm.
And besides that, I had a little trouble with my sponsor.
Oh, I thought it was something like that. What happened between you and the Bubblegum King?
Well, just as we were signing a contract where I was to direct the 90-piece symphony orchestra, they threw a net over him.
Oh. I thought there was something crazy about that guy. Gee, Phil, didn't you suspect anything?
Well, no, I thought he was all right until one afternoon we'd just finished the rehearsal.
Uh-huh.
And the sponsor said to me, "Can I take you home? I got my elephant waiting outside."
An elephant? He must have been batty. Say, Mary, you had lunch with him a couple of times. Didn't you notice he was nuts?
I'll say. He used to order fruitcake and laugh at us.
Well, Phil, all I can say is I hope you've learned a lesson and be satisfied to work for a nice fellow like me. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. Say, Jack, you want to hear something funny?
What is it, Kenny?
I was in the restaurant across the street a few minutes ago, and you know they got a new waitress there.
Yeah?
So I ordered a cup of coffee, and then I got to talking to her.
Uh-huh.
And I finally made a date to take her out tonight. Oh, boy!
Well, what are you laughing at?
Boy, is she homely!
You certainly pick 'em, Kenny, so you dated her up, eh?
Yeah. And you know what her name is?
What?
Bucktooth Annie.
That's fine. Can you imagine that? Mary's going out with a girl that has buck teeth.
Well, he's got to hang his hat someplace, don't he?
That's right. Well, Kenny, now that you're all excited about your date, have you got a good song for us tonight?
Oh, sure, I got a pip.
Well, that's swell. Let's have it.
Okay. Oh, say, Jack, not changing the subject, but did you hear F.A. last Wednesday night?
Yes, I heard F.A., and I thought he was L.Z. Now, let's not bring that up again.
Well, gee, didn't you laugh when he said your arm looks like a buggy whip with fingers?
My arm looks like a buggy whip, eh? Well, he ought to know.
What do you mean he ought to know?
Don, when you're riding behind a horse and you take the buggy whip in your hand and hit something, well, he ought to know. And now, Kenny, if you're ready, you may go ahead with your song. Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Right here, boy.
It's collect.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Mary. Don't touch it. That's from Fred Allen. Send it back, buddy. I refuse to accept it.
Well, I refuse to be surprised. Goodbye.
Well, Allen isn't going to catch me napping. Sing, Kenny. Imagine trying to hook me for a collect telegram.
Come into my arms. Castles in the air will never get you anywhere, and there's a sentimental boy beside you, waiting to hear that you care. While the moonlight is bright, get into it, make the most of its light. Tell me with a kiss that you're as thrilling as you seem. Oh, please come out of your dream. You're standing so near me, and yet you seem a million miles away. Are you too far to hear me when my heart has so much to say? While the moonlight is bright, get into it, make the most of its light. Tell me with a kiss that you're as thrilling as you seem. Oh, please come out of your dream, my love.
was Please Come Out of Your Dream, sung by Kenny Baker, who never will. That was really beautiful, Kenny. Gee, some night I wish you'd sing 5 or 6 numbers on our program.
I better get 5 or 6 checks, too.
All right, Kenny, I was just paying you a compliment. What a gang. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Some compliment.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present our version of Paramount's famous Chinese picture, Hop Along Cassidy. Now, I will play Hop, Mary will be Lung, and Kenny will... Pardon me, folks. Come in. Oh, it's you. Hello, Aubrey.
Hiya, Chief. Everything's okay outside. How's it going in here?
Oh, everything is fine, Aubrey. Just keep your eyes open, that's all.
I got you, Chief. Ready to go home now?
In a little while. Oh, fellas, this is my bodyguard, Aubrey Mulligan.
Your bodyguard?
Yes, I just hired him today.
My goodness, Jack, what do you need a bodyguard for?
Somebody's got to help him find his glasses.
That's not the only reason, Mary. I figured that Alan might send some thugs out here to get me, and I want to be ready.
Thugs, eh? Then you're not scared of Alan personally, is that it?
Listen, Phil. Why should I be scared of a fella who's so frail that he has fainting spells at least 3 times a week?
Fainting spells?
Yes. You know how Alan talks through his nose? You think that's adenoids, don't you?
It is adenoids.
It is not. That obstruction in his nose is built-in smelling salts. So the only reason I got Aubrey is for protection against Alan's henchmen. Aubrey, sit down here and wait till the program is over.
Okay. Hey, Chief, how about giving me a knockdown at the thing?
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is Mary Livingston.
Hiya, babe. What you doing tonight?
Nothing. You want to shoot some pool?
Mary, that isn't nice. Now, Aubrey, besides being a bodyguard, there are a couple of more things I want you to do for me, and they're very important. Oh, by the way, can you read?
In a pinch, Chief, in a pinch.
Well, wait a minute. I got to find out right now. Oh, Don, give him that piece of paper you got there, will you?
Okay.
Go ahead, read it, Aubrey.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. Go ahead.
Okay. It says here, ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're in a mood for a delicious and tempting dessert, why don't you go to your nearest grocer?
Pardon me, Aubrey. That's not temptating. It's tempting.
Yes, yes.
Okay, tempting. And ask them for a package of Jell-O. It ain't only easy to make, but it's economical as well.
Economical?
That's not economical. It's economical.
Stop butting in or I'll lay one on you.
Now, Aubrey, control yourself.
Okay, Chief. It ain't only easy to make, but it's economical. You want to make something out of it?
Aubrey, please.
It comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lim.
Fine. But it was pretty good, Aubrey. Now, just stay around till after the program, and you can take me home. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce before, tonight we're going to present... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester talking.
Oh, what do you want?
A telegram just came to the house for you. $8.80 collect.
Well, don't accept it. That wire's from Fred Allen. He sent it to me for a gag.
Well, he must be laughing now. I paid for it.
Paid for? Where did you get $8.80?
I ripped open the mattress and dipped into your reserve fund.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, stay away from there. Incidentally, I've been missing a lot of bills lately, so I wish you'd stop making my bed with a vacuum cleaner. Now, keep the telegram. I'll read it when I get home.
Okay.
Oh, now hop in the car and pick me up. I'll be ready in about 15 minutes.
I ain't going near that car, boss.
Why? What's the matter with it now?
Well, every time I step on the starter, the headlights change places.
Oh, are they doing that again? Well, what happens when you use the crank?
Coffee comes out.
Now, that's just a big lie. Well, never mind. I'll take a cab home.
Okay. So long, boss.
So long.
Oh, say, boss, I think you better come home right away.
Why, is there anything wrong?
Well, there's a man been prowling around the house all day, and now he's in the backyard.
In the backyard? Oh, I get it. I'll be right home, Rochester. In the meantime, do something to keep that man there.
Shall I throw in some silverware?
No! I'll see you in a little while. Hey, fellas, I'm going to run along now. Rochester tell me there's someone prowling around my backyard.
I bet Alan's got something to do with it.
That's what I think. Come on, Aubrey. Here's your chance.
Okay, Chief.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'm going with you.
Nothing doing, Mary. There might be some rough stuff, and you're liable to get hurt.
Go on. I can run as fast as you can.
Well, all right. Come on. Let's go, Aubrey.
Follow me, Chief. I'll take you home in my car.
Okay. Come on, Mary. Gee, Aubrey, I'm all in from this walking. It was a fine place for your car to run out of gas.
I'm sorry, Chief.
Yeah, are you sure you ran out of gas, Aubrey? Gee, the gauge said full.
I said I was out of gas, didn't I?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
When you're out of gas, you're out of gas.
I know, but I wanted to get home in a hurry.
Oh, Jack, we've only got 5 more blocks.
5 more blocks, my feet are killing me. Say, Aubrey, why are we walking down such a dark street? See, the main boulevard is only 2 blocks away.
It's more romantic here.
Oh. Well, anyway, it's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, say, Aubrey, I just happened to think I forgot to ask you for references.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Are you worried, Jack?
No, I'm not worried. I'm just tired.
Say, Jack, get a load of that tough-looking guy coming towards us.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Hello, Mulligan.
Well, as I live and breathe, if it ain't the doctor.
Doctor?
Say, Chief, I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Dr. Thorndyke.
Oh, glad to know you, Doctor. This is Mary Livingston.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
Funny-looking doctor.
Are you going our way, Doc?
Yeah, I find the night air most beneficial and soothing. So I might as well walk along with you guys.
Do you mind, Chief?
No. Come right along, Dr. Thorndyke. Well, yes, sir. Do you live in this neighborhood, Doctor?
I ain't talking, buddy.
Oh. Well, what kind of a doctor are you?
He's a swell surgeon.
A surgeon?
Yeah, what's the matter? Don't you like it?
Oh, yeah. Some of my best friends are surgeons.
Say, Jack, I don't think he's a doctor at all. Look at that bulge in his coat pocket.
Oh, that's just his handkerchief.
Well, it's got a trigger on it.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, this walk is very invigorating, isn't it?
It sure is.
Oh, Jack, here comes another guy.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, if it ain't Aubrey Mulligan and Doc Thorndyke.
Hello, Professor Kingsley.
Professor?
Kingsley, yes.
Well, ain't this a coincidence? Oh, Professor, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do, Professor?
Hiya, buddy. Who's your scoit?
Just call me Livy the Lug.
Mary. Well, fellas, I hate to be rude, but I think I'll run ahead. I'm quite anxious to get home.
No, you don't, Chief. Hey, Professor, you want to take a walk with us?
Sure. I find the night air most beneficial and soothing, so I might as well walk along with you guys.
Well, beautiful evening, isn't it, Professor Kingsley? Huh?
Yes, and nuts.
That's good, huh?
Say, Jack, get a load of the professor's cauliflower ears.
Well, maybe he teaches boxing. Who knows, huh? Well, Aubrey, another couple of blocks and we'll be home. Safe and sound, huh, Aubrey?
Yeah. You think it's dark enough here, Professor?
Well, what do you think, Doctor?
I think it's okay.
Gee, it's swell. This night air so beneficial and soothing. Isn't it, fellas?
Yeah. All right, buddy, stick 'em up.
What?
You hold me up with your hands.
Why, Aubrey!
You can run along now, lady, and if you open your trap to anybody, we'll butt this here guy off.
Yeah, don't talk.
Okay. So long, fellas. Goodbye, Jack. I'll see you tomorrow if I don't talk.
All right, boys. All right, you put one over on me. All right, here's my dough. Now leave me alone.
Hey, that's a beautiful watch, ain't it, Aubrey?
Yeah, you take it, Doctor. I forgot to send you something for Christmas.
Sentimental, fellas, anyway.
Shut up!
All right, boys. All right, you got my money and watch. Now, please, let me go.
Oh, no, we ain't taking no chances. Off with your pants.
My pants? Gee whiz, fellas, we're in Beverly Hills.
Grab hold of them, Doc. We'll rip them off.
Okay, come on, Jack.
Fellas, wait. Oh, my goodness, what's the matter with you guys?
Hey, fellas, get a load of them four legs.
Darn you, I'm going to report you guys to the police.
Yeah, do that little thing. Come on, let's scram, fellas. So long, Chief.
Aubrey Mulligan, you're fired. It's a fine thing. Yeah, on the street here, my BBDs. Oh, well, I've only got another block to go, so I'll run home. Gee, I'm so embarrassed.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Barbara. Oh, my goodness, of all times to meet Barbara Stanwyck. Oh, Rochester! Rochester, open the door!
Here's a fashion hint for your dining table. You all know how a touch of bright, gay color can dress up a plain costume. Well, a bright, cheerful dessert can dress up a plain meal and make it mighty festive. And here's one you'll want to try. Apricot pecan layers, a swell, colorful combination of orange jello and canned apricot. And you make it like this. First, arrange 6 halves of canned apricots in a mold. Then dissolve 1 package of orange jello in a pint of hot water and pour the jello carefully over the apricots. Sprinkle with a 1/4 cup of broken pecan meats and chill until firm. Believe me, there's a picture. Fruit-rich, shimmering orange jello was cheerful as spring sunshine, with delicious apricots held firmly inside that glowing mold. Just try it yourself. It's a grand dessert. Ask your grocer tomorrow for orange jello and treat the family to apricot pecan layers. And for that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor, just be sure you get genuine jello.
Last number of the 19th program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity of thanking all of my listeners, as well as the radio editors and critics throughout the United States and Canada, for the lovely tribute they paid the Jello program, members of my cast and myself, in the recent polls conducted by the New York World Telegram and the Radio Daily. So thanks again, folks, and good night.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jello program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This can't be love is from the boys from Syracuse. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jubilee. When somebody produces a rabbit from a hat, that's magic, and the kind that it takes years to learn. But you can work far finer magic than that and right in your own kitchen, and it's easy. Why, from one package of Jell-O, you can produce a dessert that's magically simple to prepare and absolutely swell eating. What's more, you have a wide choice, for Jell-O is the most versatile dish in the world. Serve it perfectly plain in a mold of shimmering beauty. Decorate it with fruits or nuts and try whipped Jell-O with a beautiful foamy texture and a tempting pastel color. Cut the Jell-O into gay, colorful little cubes and pile them high in sherbet glasses. Why, there are so many ways to serve Jell-O, you'll have a hard time deciding. Whether it's strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime, Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor that simply can't be topped. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Jubilee, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in this corner at 143 pounds, we bring you that Waukegan bomber, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Jell-O. Again, this is Kid Benny, your Sunday night slugger, talking. And say, Don, that was something new, wasn't it? What was the idea of that introduction?
Well, Jack, Mary told me that you were going in for a lot of vigorous training and road work lately. Are you getting ready for a fight?
Oh, no, Don. I was just a little run down and felt that I ought to get back in shape again, that's all.
Oh, then those threats Fred Allen's been making lately have nothing to do with your sudden interest in physical culture.
Don, stifle the thought, please. I don't have to build myself up to fight that guy. Any man that'll starch his legs so they won't wobble. Well.
Oh, you think you could lick him then?
Don, if we ever got in the ring together, I'd finish him faster than a Scotchman eating a paid-up meal in a burning restaurant. And I'm the guy that can do it.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
I heard Alan's program Wednesday night, and he made one crack that simply burned me up. I thought he went too far.
Oh, yeah? What did he say?
He said when it came to fighting, you were dirtier than a Pittsburgh nudist.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. Boy, was I mad.
Well, you certainly acted. Let me tell you something, Mary. The reason Alan talks so tough is because he knows there's very little chance of us ever getting together.
That's right. If he comes here, you'll go to New York.
All right, Mary, go ahead. Make a coward out of me. You're not fooling anybody.
Oh, Jack, what sort of training have you been doing? Anything strenuous?
Well, rather. I get up bright and early in the morning, and Rochester and I toss the ball back and forth, and then we run like mad around the backyard, and then I skip rope.
You make mud pies, too?
Yes, if it'll make you happy.
Well, Jack, that sounds like you're really going in for good, solid exercise.
I'll say I am. And you know, Don, I've also got a punching bag and a pair of 15-pound dumbbells.
15-pounders, huh? Well, how do you like working with them?
I don't know, Don. I can't get them off the floor. I have a lot of fun, though, rolling them around.
Say, Jack, did you tell Don what happened to you the other day on your trapeze?
No, and never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack hung a trapeze in that big tree in his backyard and said he was going to swing over to a limb like Tarzan.
Oh, Mary.
So when he jumped, one foot stuck to the trapeze and the other got caught on the limb.
Now listen.
He was hanging up there all afternoon.
And what happened?
A bird built a nest in his toupee.
Well, that could happen to anybody. And besides, you know very well that I don't wear a toupee. That was my coonskin cap.
Well, it had a nice wave in it.
Yes, didn't it? Now let's forget me and the trapeze. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's muscle-bound Benny tonight?
It's all right, Phil. It wouldn't hurt you to take a little exercise once in a while. For a guy your age, you're very flabby.
Oh, I don't know.
You just don't live right.
I don't, eh? Listen, Benny, I take a cold shower every morning, the minute I get home.
Well, isn't that marvelous? You know, Phil, if they don't put sun lamps in nightclubs pretty soon, I'm afraid you won't be with us much longer. Incidentally, have you forgotten that little rebellion last week, or do you still intend to do your own program?
Oh, sure, I'm going through with it. In fact, I've been working on it all week long.
Is that so?
Say, Phil, what's the name of that product you told us you were signing up with?
Bixby's Bubble Gum.
Bubble gum. A lot of bubble gum you'll sell.
Oh, I'll do all right. And, boy, I got a theme song that'll sweep the nation. You want to hear it?
No.
I do. I helped him write it.
Oh, this ought to be marvelous. 2 minds without a single thought. Go ahead, Phil. Let's hear your theme song.
Okay, hit it, Charlie. Give me a little introduction. Bubble gum, won't you buy my bubble gum? It's for me, it's for you. Chew and chew and chew.
Oh, brother.
It's so sweet, can't be beat for Tom and Joe and Pete. Chew it up, chew it up, chew it up, blow! My bubble gum.
Oh, so that little thing is going to sweep the nation, eh?
Well, we think so.
I gave Phil another swell number for the middle of the program.
Oh, for the middle of the program. Will it get that far?
Gee, it's terrific, Mary. Sing it to him.
Okay. Thanks for the bubble gum. No matter how you chew, it's always good as new. Cats, they all meow for it, and cows, they always moo. Oh, thank
Why, Mary, that ought to be sensational. Huh?
You said it.
Phil, you wouldn't be on the radio 2 weeks with that junk.
What are you talking about? That's classy stuff.
Look what's talking about class. You've got the only pinstripe tuxedo in Hollywood. Class.
Well, I could answer that, but why bother? Fred Allen takes care of you.
Allen, that's all I've heard lately. He's just sore because I exposed him last week. That's
Well,
all.
he should be. You said he was nearsighted, and he claims he isn't.
Oh, he isn't. Allen isn't nearsighted, huh? Listen, Don, I saw him in a restaurant one night dressed in Portland's evening gown. So he's either nearsighted or a female impersonator, and he can take his choice. It's up to him.
Take it easy, Jack. Allen won't like that crack.
Oh, he won't? Well, I'll be just too perturbed. And now, Mr. Harris, you're still in my employ. So would you mind going over to your orchestra, wake them up, raise your baton, hold your nose, and play something?
Okay, boss.
Go ahead, Maestro. Give out one of your musical masterpieces. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I resent that crack you just made about Fred Allen.
Why, are you nearsighted?
No, I'm a female impersonator. Goodbye.
What a pest! I wish he'd stick his head in a bucket of water and let it freeze. Play, Phil. Umbrella Man, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And say, folks, you know how Phil would announce that if he was on his own program? You know how he talks. He'd say that was Umbrella Man, brought to you by His Royal Majesty of Rhythm. Just call me Madge, yeah. That was a goodie, wasn't it, folks? Yeah. That was right in the groove. We were in there punching. Yeah.
All right, Jack, don't give people the impression that I'm corny.
I suppose you're not. You ought to call yourself Phil Harris and his musical Cobb. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. My orchestra isn't corny either.
Oh, it isn't, eh? I could start a husking bee here in about 2 seconds. And now, folks, tonight Don Wilson, that rising young author, has written a little play which he is about to announce. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is a little vine-covered cottage located in the suburb of a typical American city. The time is 7 p.m. and dinner is being served. So without further ado, we take you to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Average American.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Yes, Average.
It was so thoughtful of you to have Jell-O for dinner. No wonder it's the fastest-selling gelatin dessert in America today.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Av, there's something that I must tell you. It's been gnawing at my heart for weeks, and I can't keep the secret any longer.
Gee, these sliced bananas add just the right touch to it. What were you saying, dear?
My love for you has grown cold. Please understand. I'm not doing this to hurt you. But tonight I'm leaving you forever.
Gee, this is good. I can understand now why Jell-O sales are breaking records all over the country. Where are you going, dear?
I'm running away with Oliver G. Fairfield, my new love.
I see.
Here he is now.
Hello, honey.
My sweetheart.
Hello, Oliver. Take that. You must make this dessert more often, dear, because it is not only tempting and delicious, but economical as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Don, drag Oliver off the stage, will you?
Okay.
And now, folks, going from Mr. Wilson's play to our... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Who's that on the floor?
Oliver.
Oh, some twist.
And now, folks... Why, Kenny Baker, you little imp. That was a very funny gag, wasn't it, Mary?
That wouldn't be good if he sung it.
Now, Mary, give credit where credit is due. I said Oliver, and Kenny said some twist. There you are, Oliver Twist.
Oh, now I get it. Yes, I bet.
I had a hunch there was something wrong there. And now, folks, as I was about to say...
Well, say, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
Did you hear You-Know-Who last Wednesday night?
Yes, I heard You-Know-Who.
Boy, did he give J.B. what was coming to him.
Kenny, you can drop this none-too-deep mystery. We all heard Alan, and I, for one, am not interested.
Well, gee, he certainly answered everything you said about him last Sunday.
With one little exception. You notice he didn't say a word about his being a juggler in vaudeville.
That's right. Why was that?
Because he's ashamed of it. Oh, Don, you remember the Cherry Sisters who used to do an act years ago, and they were so bad that they had to work behind a net?
Yes?
Well, Alan used to work behind them. In fact, when they put in revolving stages, he quit. So now, Kenny, if I've cleared that up, you can go ahead with your song, which we're anxiously awaiting. Wait a minute. See who that is, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Mary. Let me speak to Buck.
Just a second. It's for you, Jack.
Who is it?
It's either Andy Devine or a concrete mixer.
Oh, Andy. I want to talk to him. Hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Are you coming over today?
Yes, Rochester's waiting downstairs in the car. He's got my boxing gloves and everything I need. Did you ask your pa if I could work out in the barn?
Yeah, he said if it's okay with the bull, it's okay with him.
Oh, well, how does the bull feel about it?
Oh, he don't mind. He went to Pomona to see an old cow he used to know.
Well, that's fine. We'll be leaving right away, Andy. See you in a little while. So long.
So long, Buck.
I'm sorry, fellas, but I have to rush away. You can carry on without me, can't you?
Oh, it'll be a tough struggle, but I think we can do it. And how?
All right, Phil, and none of that bubble gum stuff. This is the Jell-O program. So long.
Hey, Jack, can I go with you?
Yes, but I don't want any wisecracks when I'm training. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Jack.
Oh, Jack. Well, what am I standing here for? Sing, Kenny.
Of a G with light brown hair, born like a vapor on the summer air. I see her tripping where the bright streams play, happy as a daisy that dance on her way. Many were the wild notes her merry voice would pour. Many were the blithe birds that warbled them all. Oh, I dream of a G with light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air. Just an old love song, just an old love song that brings back the past all anew. Life was then worthwhile as I saw her smile while singing an old love song. I sigh for thee, but her light form strayed far from the fond hearts round her native glade. I sigh for thee with light brown hair, floating like a vapor on the soft summer air.
Rochester, take it easy on this country road, will you?
Okay, boss.
I'm tired of bouncing around.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're strapped in.
Don't blame the car. Rochester, why don't you put some air in the tires like I told you to?
Well, the man in the filling station said we couldn't have no more air until we bought some gas.
Don't alibi. Now, the first chance you get, put some air in those tires.
What's the use? It just goes in one hole and out the other.
They're not that bad, so keep still.
Say, Jack, are you sure this is the road to Andy's farm?
I think so. Rochester, where's that road map I had?
The road map?
Yes.
You glued it on the medicine ball and made a globe out of it.
Oh, that's right. Now, let's see, Andy's farm ought to be around here somewhere. I know we must be close to it.
Hey, boss, there's Mr. Andy's place right down the bottom of this hill.
Oh, yes, there it is. Shut off the motor, Rochester. It's more of a thrill coasting down.
Oh, how much gas can you save on one little hill?
That's not the point, Mary. It's better for the car. Shut off the motor.
Hold on, boss. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Whee! Hey, Mary, isn't this fun?
Yes, some excitement.
Boy, we're really moving now.
Say, boss, you know that loose front wheel we got?
Yes?
Well, there it is, way up ahead of us.
Oh, for heaven's sake, catch up to us. Hurry up.
Jack, we're going too fast.
All right, Rochester, slow down a little. Slow down, Rochester. Step on the brake.
It's down to the floor now.
But good heavens, we're heading straight for Andy's barn. Quick, let me have the wheel.
Here you are, boss.
Don't hand it to me. Look out. Look out, everybody.
Here we come, Andy, ready or not.
Rochester, look out for the barn.
Don't worry, I see it.
Oh, my goodness. What a mess.
I better fix that fender.
Never mind the fender. Take this pig off my lap. Mary, where are you? Mary. Mary, are you hurt?
No, but it's lucky this goat hasn't got horns.
Thank heaven you're all right. You know, Rochester, this is all your fault.
My fault?
Yes, and whatever the damage is, it's going to come out of your salary.
Doggone, I get docked more than the Queen Mary.
Well, you ought to. And quit making goo-goo eyes at that chicken. It belongs to Andy.
Hey, Buck!
Here comes Andy now. Act nonchalant, Jack.
Yeah, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Are you hurt?
No, Andy, but I'm sorry we crashed into your barn like this.
Oh, that's nothing. Pa does it every Saturday night.
He does?
Yeah, then the darn fool takes off his shoes and tries to sneak into the house.
Well, there's no harm trying. Say, Rochester, get the boxing gloves and my training clothes out from under the back seat.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Andy, for letting me use your barn to train in. Where can I get into my trunk?
Right over there in that stall.
Oh, fine. Mary, will you excuse me while I change my clothes?
I'll excuse you while you go to South America.
Very sweet of you. I'll be back in a second, Andy.
Say, Mary, what's Buck doing all this training for?
Oh, he's balmy. He thinks he's going to fight Fred Allen.
Well, is he?
Why, if those two ever meet, Jack will probably haul off and faint.
Well, just the same, it won't hurt Buck to get in shape.
Here he comes now.
Gee, that was quick.
Yeah. Should have loaded him with those boxing gloves and red velvet trunk.
Well, here I am, fellas. How do I look?
Mama!
Now, what's the matter?
Boss, when you get off your clothes, there just ain't nothing left.
Well, that's the purpose of my training. I want to fill out.
Say, Buck, Fred Allen was right about your chest. It does cave in a little.
Oh, well, a good slap on the back will fix that. All right, Mary, what are you shaking your head for?
I thought you told me you had muscles.
Well, I have. Look when I pull up my arm. What do you see now?
A hula dancer.
I'm not talking about my tattoo. Mary, you annoy me. Why don't you go milk a cow or something? Well, what do you say, Andy? How about putting on the boxing gloves and having a little slugging match with me?
Oh, no. Nothing doing, Buck. Nothing doing.
I don't blame you.
I'll put them on with you.
Oh, shut up. You don't think I'd fight a woman, do you?
You would if you thought you could win.
Look, I came here to train, not argue. Hey, Rochester, put on the boxing gloves and work out with me.
Oh, no, not me.
Oh, come on, put on those gloves. I'm not going to hurt you.
I know that. I'm just tired.
Rochester, if you don't do it...
All right, boss, I'm putting them on.
That's better. Mary, hand me my glasses.
How are we going to box if you're wearing glasses?
Well, I got to see you, don't I?
Why don't you put on a suit of armor, too?
Now, the next one who says I'm a coward can't watch. All right, Rochester, and remember, no holding in the clinches. Hitting below the belt is foul.
And over the fence is out.
Never mind that. Now, let's get going, Rochester. First, we'll spar around a little and get warmed up. Then I want you to tear right into me.
Okay, let's go.
Attaboy. What's the matter, Andy?
With you and Rochester sparring around, it looks like you're shadow boxing.
Yeah. Hey, Mary, how's my footwork?
Very flat.
It's a good thing they are. It's harder to knock me over. Hey, Andy, watch me get Rochester.
Okay, Buck.
Hey, Rochester, look. What's that behind you?
Where?
Right there.
Ow!
I got you that time, Rochester. Boy, did I give you a black eye.
Black eye?
Yes.
You'll have to peel me to prove it.
You said it.
I think that was a dirty trick, Jack.
Never mind. If he was dumb enough to fall for it, it serves him right. All right, Rochester, come on. Put some snap into it. Say, I'm in better form than I thought I was.
Say, boss, your shoelace is untied.
My shoelace? Which one?
That one there?
Oh, yes. I'll have to... Ooh.
Jack, get up off the floor. Are you hurt?
No, I'm looking for my bird's work.
Your what?
My bird's work. The darn phone looks mature first.
What's he saying, Mary?
Rochester knocked out his bridge work.
Oh, that's awful.
Never mind turkey. Have me phone mature.
Maybe you swallowed him, boy.
Swallowed him? Darn you, Rochester, you're fur.
What?
You're fur. Fur.
Hey, Buck, I found your bridge work.
Well, hand it over.
Here you are.
Thanks. All right, Rochester. Come on, put up your dukes and fight. Rochester, where are you?
I'm up here in the haymow.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, I'm going to wait for you down here if I have to stay all night.
Okay, I'll see you in the morning, boy.
Why, the coward, I'll teach him to knock my teeth out.
You don't have to, Buck. He knows how.
If you want to put your husband into a good humor after a hard day's work, here's just the dessert to help you out. It's the new Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding, the best-tasting dessert you've tried in many a long day. It's smooth as satin, it's rich and mellow with true butterscotch flavor from the good old-fashioned kind. It has a tempting color like golden taffy, and it's just plain mouth-watering delicious. Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding is made with fine, wholesome ingredients, the kind you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen, and that's why it has that truly homemade goodness. Then try Jell-O Chocolate Pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. And Jell-O Vanilla Pudding, creamy and delicate. All three Jell-O puddings are just as appetizing and good as the kind your mother used to make when you were a youngster, but they're far quicker and easier. There's only a few minutes cooking required, and you can't go wrong. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O Butterscotch, Chocolate, and Vanilla Pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, come on, Mary, let's go home.
What do you say, Jack? Let's go to Earl Carroll's for a couple of dances and have some fun.
No, Mary, I can't. I'm in strict training.
Well, a friend of mine is throwing a big party over there.
Oh, I suppose I could drop in for a little while. Good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. Jubilee is from Paris Honeymoon, and it's the strangest thing from the picture Up the River. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented transcribed by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, welcoming you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store name. You know us for the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. And that sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. each one scientifically compounded to do a job for you. For example, there's Rexall's famous mouthwash, MI31. MI31 is a special antiseptic formula that kills contacted germs almost instantly when used full strength, yet never harms delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Quality like that of Rexall MI31 is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. A few weeks ago, Alice bought a new car. She's been driving with a learner's permit, but today she's going down to take the test for her driver's license. She's a little nervous, so she's asked Phil and Frankie to drive down with her.
And now be careful, Phil. You're going a little too fast.
Alice.
And put your hand out when you make a turn.
Alice.
What's what you're doing? You went through a red light.
Alice.
What?
You're driving.
I'm so nervous about taking my test, I forgot.
I've never seen such lousy driving. Alice, you mind if I get out of this death trap?
Don't be sarcastic. I happen to be a very good driver. I was the best one in the driving school, and the teacher said my driving was better.
All right. You're a good driver. Now get off the sidewalk and back on the road.
Frankie, if you don't like what I'm doing, you can get out and walk.
Why should I? You didn't get fresh with me. If you were to try to kiss me, I'd be forced to defend my honor and leave.
All right, Bramley, all right. You can stop already. Look, Alice, here's the Motor Vehicle Bureau. There's a parking space right there in back of that cop's motorcycle. That's it. Now slow down. That's fine. Now back in.
Oh, I don't want to back in. It seems like such a sneaky way to do it. I have enough room to go in forward.
Honey, I don't think you can make it
Please,
if you...
Phil, I know what I'm doing. I can get into that space with my eyes closed. What's this?
You can open your eyes, dear. You're in.
Uh-oh. The cop's motorcycle was knocked over.
Did I do that?
No, dear. It's just a nervous motorcycle. You see, when you raced your engine, the motorcycle got flustered, jumped up in the air, and fell over in a dead faint.
You know those high-strung Harley Davidsons?
Hey, Alice, quick. You better back up before somebody sees us. Now, hurry up. Back up.
Alice, there's a car in back of you!
He found it. Well, dear, you're batting 1,000. You got one going forward, you got one going backwards. Do you want to stop now, or would you care to try one sideways?
I think if you put a little English on it, you can hit that truck across the street.
Oh, it's your fault. You fellas get me all upset. Anyway, this time I didn't hit a cop's motorcycle.
What did she hit, Frankie?
I don't know. Must be a company car. There's a sign on it.
What does it say?
Los Angeles Police Department.
Oh, it's only a squad car. It's a squad car! Hey, Alice, quick. Slide over. Let me get at that wheel. Slide over. Oh. Hold it there!
Uh-oh, here comes Felix Flatfoot.
A policeman?
Yeah, Lester Lockstep in person. Now, Alice, you be quiet and let Frankie and me handle this. We'll get you off the hook. We'll kid him out of it.
Cops have a wonderful sense of humor.
Well, nice driving, buddy.
Oh, it was nothing. Glad you liked it.
I didn't like it.
Who cares? I don't believe anybody asked for your opinion.
Wait a minute. You don't seem to realize who I am. I'm wearing a uniform.
Well, bully for you. Now run along and deliver your telegrams and leave us alone. These Western Union boys certainly...
Frankie, he's not a Western Union boy.
Well, thank you. I'm glad somebody recognized me.
Well, you'll have to forgive my friend. He's not familiar with the Cub Scout uniform.
The wise guys, huh? I'm going to throw the book at you.
Fellas, this one doesn't have a sense of humor. I think we got a straight man.
Alice, please. I told you that we'll handle this. Well, if you're not a Cub Scout or a Western Union messenger, just what is your racket? Who are you?
Who am I? I'll break it to you easy. You see this badge? What does it say on it?
L-A-P-D. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lappet.
Lappet?
Yeah, that's short for Lapidus. It's,
My name ain't Lapidus, it's Cassidy.
Cassidy? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you without your horse, Hoppy. Hey, Frankie, this is Hopalong Cassidy.
I'm not impressed. I'm a Roy Rogers man.
If you two comics are through, you can come with me. Come on.
Now, wait a minute, officer. Don't blame them. It's a natural mistake. You do look a lot like Hopalong Cassidy.
I don't care if I do?
Yes. Only you're even better looking. In fact, you're one of the handsomest men I've ever seen.
Well, it's nice. You're very... You doing anything tonight, Blondie?
Now, wait a minute, officer. She happens to be my wife.
Quiet, knothead. I'm writing you out a ticket.
Well, what's the charge?
Reckless driving. You knocked over my motorcycle. You got a driver's license?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Phil Harris.
Where do you live?
Encino. Where do you live?
North Hollywood.
What's your name?
James Cassidy.
Let me see your driver's license.
Very well, I have it. I have a uniform.
A likely story.
But I tell you...
Let me smell your breath.
Honest, I am...
Quiet, I'm writing you out a ticket.
But please, sir, I didn't mean it. Wait a minute! I'm the one that's writing out the ticket. Now, let me see your driver's license.
All right. Here you are. Thought I didn't have one, huh? Well, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I know all the rules and regulations. And you'll find my driver's license in perfect order.
Yeah, except for one little detail.
What's that?
It expired 3 months ago.
It expired? Well, gee, officer, I didn't realize it.
A likely story.
You stay out of this. Here's your ticket, Mr. Harris. You'll find quite a few charges on
Now,
it.
you can't do this to me. I'm a celebrity. I'm Phil Harris, the radio star.
Well, good for you. In that case, you can afford a bigger fine. Be in court in the morning. In the meantime, have your license renewed and don't try to drive until you do. So long.
But, officer, I didn't do any... Oh, Alice, why didn't you tell him that you were driving the car?
Oh, but, Phil, if he gave me a ticket, it would spoil my chance of getting my driver's license. Oh, honey, it was sweet of you to take the blame from me.
Yeah, you wouldn't have got your license. I guess you're right. Well, after all, it'll only take me a few minutes to renew my license. Let's go in the Motor Vehicle Bureau and get it over with. Hey, Frankie, will you park the car?
Yeah, okay, Scrooge.
Come on, Alice. Hey, honey, as soon as they recognize me in there, I'll get my license renewed. Like that.
Huh. Suppose they don't recognize you.
Well, I'll make sure they do. I'll walk in singing like this. 1, 2. Well, look at them shuffling down, rambling, scrambling, heading for town, hustling, bustling, buzzing around, happily awaiting at the station. Well, look at the train, the number 709, huffing and puffing and arriving on time. Who do you think's about to arrive? The band they call the Dixieland Five. They're gonna play that Muskrat Ramble tune.
the way you never ever heard it played. Get ready for the big parade. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on and join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that ramblin', scramblin' muskrat song. Come on and ramble along. Look at them a-shuffling down. Look at the band parading all over town. Look at the happiness going around. Well, everybody's up and celebrating. Look at the drummer entertaining the gang, clinking and clanging with the bing and the bang, changing the town from dead to alive. The band they call the Dixieland Five. You're gonna hear them play old Dixieland. You better get your reservation planned in person for a one-night stand. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on to join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that shuffling, scuffling muskrat song. Come on to ramble along. They'll play that Dixieland. You better get your reservation planned in person for a one-night stand. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on to join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that shuffling, scuffling muskrat song. Come on and ramble along.
Hiya, Cassidy. What's on your mind? Hey, George, I want you to do me a favor. Sure. Some wise guy named Phil Harris is coming in to renew his driver's license. He thinks he's a big shot. So when he comes in, I want you and the boys to give him the works.
Oh, we know how to handle that type. Hey, Jack, when this Harris guy comes in, I want you and Eddie to get in line in back of him and make believe you're applying for a license, too. Okay, George.
We'll take care of Harris.
Drive him crazy, fellas. Here he comes. He's the one with the blonde hair. I better duck.
All right, leave it up, Cassidy. Eddie, you and Jack go out and get in line in back of him. Huh?
Say, pardon me, Bud, but where do I renew my driver's license?
Oh, right here. What's your name, sir?
I, sir, am Phil Harris.
Phil Harris? Oh, wait till I tell the boys. Fellas, look who's here. Phil Harris!
See, Alice, it happens every time. You people are kind of impressed at seeing me, aren't you, Bud?
Oh, yes. We haven't been so thrilled since Lassie came in for a dog license. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I want to have my license renewed.
Oh, very well. There'll be a few questions to answer. First, who are you sired by?
Well, why do I have to answer questions? All I want is a license. Here's my old one. Give me a new one.
Oh, you optimist, you. It's not that simple. Before I can stamp your license, you'll have to take an eye test, a road sign test, a traffic law test, a driving test, a loyalty test, a blood test, and a screen test.
Well, why do I have to go through all that? I've been driving for 20 years.
We have to be very strict about who we issue licenses to.
You mean that I have to go through all that, too?
Oh, I didn't see you, miss. What did you want, Blondie?
Well, I want a driver's license.
You ever had a license before, dear?
No. No, I've just learned to drive.
And you want a license, honey?
Yes, sir.
Here you are, darling. Take this over to window 4.
Oh, thank you. See you later, Phil.
Now, wait a minute. Why do I have to go through all those tests and she gets her license stamped right away?
She's prettier than you are.
Only because she's wearing makeup. Look, I'm sick and tired of the red tape. All I want to do is renew my license, and I don't need no written test or no eye test.
Well, please, the tests are very important for the safety of the public. I got no time to argue. There are 2 men waiting in line in back of you.
But look, mister, I want to...
Please, step aside.
Oh.
Now, what can I do for you, sir?
I want a driver's license.
Very well, step right up to the window.
What window? I don't see very well. Where is it?
Right over here.
All right, don't help me. I'll manage to find it. This must be the window.
Get your nose out of my face.
Oh, pardon me. I mistook the lines in your face for the bars on the window. Now, let me see now. Where is that window?
This way.
Keep talking. I'll come in on the sound of your voice.
Beep, 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 beep. There we are. Now you say you want a driver's license?
Yes.
Well, I'll have to give you the eye test. How is your vision?
Perfect.
You passed. Here's your license.
Nice thorough examination.
Thanks for the license. Now, if you'll just aim me toward the door, I'll be on my way.
Good luck. Oh, and by the way, if you ever get a chance, drop in and get yourself a pair of glasses, will you?
Well, I've been trying to for 3 years, but I can never find the optometrist's office. Well, I'll be seeing you.
With what? How come you gave him a license?
Who?
That baseball umpire that just left. What kind of an eye test was that?
Now, we have to be strict. We can't have reckless drivers on the streets. Now, what is it you wanted again?
I want to renew my driver's license. All I want is for you to take...
I'm next. I want a driver's license.
Oh, yes, sir. How long have you been driving?
2 weeks.
You got any tickets for traffic violations?
About 22.
You ever been jailed on a traffic charge?
6 or 7 times.
You ever hit a pedestrian?
Only when they get my way.
I like your attitude.
Here's your license. Hold it! Now, why did you give him a license?
Well, why shouldn't I?
In 2 weeks, he got 22 tickets. He was in jail 7 times, and he hits pedestrians when they get in his way.
So he made one little mistake. I feel if a man is trying, he should be given another chance. After all, that's the democratic way you do it.
Never mind him. Now, how about me?
Oh, yes. What was it you wanted again?
I just want to renew my driver's license.
Well, why didn't you say so? If that's all you want, it won't take any time at all. Well, what do you know? 12 o'clock in time for lunch. I'll be back in an hour.
Come back here. Open that window. All I want is my driver's license.
I'm all ready to... What are you laughing at?
Oh, I just thought of a joke. Who's laughing? They put me through all that red tape, and the guy gave you your license just like that.
Oh, that was no license he gave me. That was just an application. I'm doing fine, dear. I just passed my eye test.
Oh, that was a tough one.
I passed my written test, too. And now I'm going out to take my driving test.
I got a tip for you.
What?
If you can hit somebody, it'll help. Never saw such a place. I'm having nothing but trouble.
Oh, cheer up, honey. Don't be a grouch. Stay with the happy people.
Yeah? That sounds suspiciously like...
It is.
We've
You've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me, the misery is looking around for company. So stay, stay, stay with the happy people. Don't you wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with the people who love you. Wear a smile, smile, smile. Won't you wear a smile, smile, smile? Won't you wear a smile, smile, smile? Won't you wear a smile? If you want to stay with the happy people, have your fun, live in the land of joy. If you want to stay with the happy people, face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And you can take it from me that misery is looking around for company. So stay, stay, stay with the happy people. Don't you wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay, stay, stay with the people. Love, love, love all the people who wear a
Well, how are we doing, Cassidy?
Wonderful, George. Wonderful. You guys really got that Harris character going.
Hi, Officer Cassidy. Here are the groceries your wife wants you to bring home.
Oh, thanks, Julius.
What are you guys laughing at?
Some wise guy's trying to renew his driver's license. We're making it tough for him.
I don't think that's a very nice thing to do. Who is the poor fella you're doing this to?
Phil Harris.
As I was saying, it's not a very nice thing to do, and how can I help louse up the big slob?
Well, we're trying to think of some tough tests to give him. Have you got any suggestions?
Yeah, let me give him the test. I'll tell him I'm a new clerk you put on part-time.
Okay. That's Harris banging on my window now. You better open it up, Julius.
Okay, this is going to be a pleasure.
Well, it's about time you opened your window.
What's on your mind, Mac?
Well, sir, I want to renew my... No, not you.
Yeah, it's me.
What are you doing behind there, you little squirt?
I just started working part-time, and if you want a license, you'll have to deal with me.
Look, Julius, if you think I'm going to let you get in...
Don't aggravate me. I'm a very nasty little quake when I'm upset. Now then, let's get on with your test.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to take any test from you because you won't give me a fair break.
Mr. Harris, I assure you my personal feelings will not bias my opinions.
Well, in that case, all right.
Just because I hate your guts don't mean I won't give you a fair test. Now, the first thing I got to do is give you the eye test.
I tell you, I'm not going to... The eye test? Oh, that's a cinch. I know how to answer that one. Go ahead, ask me the question.
How's your vision?
Perfect. I pass. Give me my license. Stamp, 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 stamp. Give me W.
Not so fast. Gotta read the chart on the wall first. Cover your left eye and read the top line.
Okay. A, M, L, T.
Now cover your right eye and read the second line.
P, R, S, V.
Now cover both eyes and read the third line.
If it's all right with you, can I feel the letters a little?
Don't be lenient. I'll let you read it with one eye open.
Oh, I hate to cheat like that.
Go ahead, read
Q, F, X, W, Z.
Now pronounce it. Oh, stop stalling, Mac. Pronounce it.
Province. Laval. Swamps.
69.
Why?
You can't read English. If it had danger on the road, if you came across a word like that on a road sign, you wouldn't know what it meant.
Well, where will I ever come across a sign like that? It don't mean nothing.
That's what you think. In Czechoslovakia, it means no U-turn.
How do you like that? I've been driving for 20 years, and I didn't know that in Czechoslovakia you're not allowed to make a quantz. Look, I'm not going to take any more of this from you. This is the most outrageous thing that I've ever heard of. I'm not going to...
Okay, I'll take over now. I think we got about as far as we can with
You're darn right you have, because I'm a citizen and I demand my rights.
Very well.
Very funny.
No. What was it you wanted again? I remember. You wanted to renew your driver's license.
Now we're getting someplace.
Well, just fill out this application, and in no time at all, we'll have... Well, the 5 o'clock whistle. Time to go home. Good night. Wait! Open that window. Open the window, I say. You can't do this to me. I want my license.
Oh, Bill, look. I passed all the tests and got my driver's license. How did you do?
I didn't get one. Come on, let's go home. I've been framed. They wouldn't give me my license.
Well, one consolation. Now that you can't drive, you can't get any more tickets. Oh, there's the car across the street.
Well, wait here and I'll get Frankie to drive it over.
Oh, Bill! Bill, be careful crossing the street, you...
Don't tell me how to cross the street. I've been crossing them for 35 years.
Hey, Harris!
Oh, it's you, Cassidy.
I got something for you.
My driver's license?
No, a ticket for jaywalk.
No!
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But first, here's your Rexall family druggist.
The other day I was telling a customer about one of Rexall's best-known products called Bismarex.
Oh, you don't have to tell me about Bismarex. I already know what swell relief it is for acid indigestion.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's exactly what this customer said. But wouldn't you still like to know why that's true?
Well, yes, I guess I would.
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula for Bismarex. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only prompt, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized within 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up those acid gastric pains. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, no wonder Bismarex works so well.
Well, ma'am, 10,000 family druggists don't wonder about it. You see, we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Folks, this is Phil Harris again, and as you may know, the present time I'm crossing the country with a big 2-hour stage show, including my chief stooge, Jackson Benny. Then we have Rochester, gorgeous film star Vivian Blaine, my whole band, and many other wonderful extra acts, all in person. Tonight we play Milwaukee. Tomorrow, Monday, we play Peoria. This Tuesday, we'll be in St. Louis. This Wednesday, Indianapolis. Thursday, Grand Rapids. Friday in Detroit. Saturday, Toledo. And next Sunday in Cleveland. It's a great show, and I hope you'll ask for your tickets early because they're going fast. Join us on the air again next Sunday. Thanks, and good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Now Rexall brings you ProCap, the adhesive tape that sticks better, stays put longer, and is less irritating than any adhesive plaster made. Yes, now, after years of research and testing in some of the country's most famous clinics and hospitals, ProCap is ready for use in your own home. The finest adhesive tape money can buy. That's ProCap, P-R-O-C-A-P. Ask for it at the store with the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Next, Sam Spade, then Betty Hutton on Theater Guild on NBC.
Tonight marks a very special occasion in my career as a newspaper woman. Although I've known our guest of this evening many, many years, this is the first time I've had the pleasure of interviewing him on my program. He is a star of stage, screen, and radio, and a well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian. He's been in radio since 1932 and was born in Waukegan, Illinois, 55 years ago.
39 years ago.
39 years ago. He's not only a comedian and a very fine actor, but he is an accomplished
violinist.
In appearance, I would say that he is about 5 feet 10, weighs 160 pounds, has square shoulders, is slightly gray, and has blue eyes.
Robin egg blue.
Robin egg blue. As a matter of fact, this gentleman is so well known that he doesn't need an introduction. So here he is.
Now, wait a minute, Louella. Don't you think you should have mentioned my name? There may be a few people who are still in doubt.
I don't think so. I said you were slightly gray, weighed 160 pounds, and had blue eyes. That describes you, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I went fishing last week and caught a tuna that answered the same description. Thank you, Louella. We have no audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. And Louella, I appreciate this opportunity of appearing on your program, and as a special treat, I brought along my violin.
Well, Jack, you can play later. Right now, I have a few questions that I'm sure our radio audience would like you to answer.
Oh, but you will let me play the violin.
Yes, in a few minutes.
Oh.
Now, Jack, you've been sort of a pioneer in radio and very successful. So it will be very interesting to know what you think about television.
Well, Louella, there's no question in my mind that television will be the most important medium of entertainment in the history of show business. And it is just a matter of time when there will be a television set in almost every home in the country.
I'm sure you're right, Jack. But what are your plans? Do you intend to take an active part in this new medium?
Yes, in a modest way. Right now I have a small store on Temple Street, and as the television sets continue to sell, I will branch out and try to get a franchise a little further uptown. Can I play my violin now?
Wait a minute, Jack.
Oh.
Do you mean to say you're going to sell television sets instead of continuing your career as an entertainer?
Well, I might do both. That is, if I can find someone I can trust to mind the store. You see, Louella, television is an entirely new technique, and it calls for perfection, not only in voice, but also in appearance.
You mean that when a face travels through a cable, it may not look so good when it comes out?
Yes, that's it exactly. I don't mean that I'm not handsome enough or that I'm not photogenic.
The word is telegenic.
Oh. Then why didn't we change it this morning? We went over it 3 times. Can I play my violin now?
Later, Jack.
Oh. But I want to play Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, and I'm afraid if I don't start now, I won't have time to finish it. It's such a long piece.
Don't worry, Jack. You'll have time.
I hope so. I bought a new string just for this program, and I'm anxious to hear how it sounds. I've been playing on 3 strings for so long. What else would you like to know about me, Louella?
Well, Jack, there's been a lot of publicity about your career in radio and pictures, but very little about your early years. How did you happen to leave Waukegan?
Waukegan? Well, I decided it wasn't big enough for me. You see, there were 3 or 4 other violinists in town, and there just weren't enough backyards to go around. It was too difficult making a living.
I imagine you'd find it just as difficult today if you relied on your violin.
Oh, I don't know. Big Yasha Heifetz, Yehudi Menuhin, and Isaac Stern, they all get by. Of course, I don't claim to be as good as Heifetz, but I've had offers. You know, I could have gone with Spike Jones.
As a violin soloist?
No, washboard. I auditioned. By the time I got finished, I did his whole week's laundry. For free yet. Can I play now, Louella?
Just a few more questions, Jack. When did you decide to devote yourself to comedy rather than music?
When I had to pawn my violin, and it was awkward trying to play without an instrument. Embarrassing, too, you know.
Oh, then you had a job. Where were you playing?
Well, you know those summer cruises from New York to Bermuda and the West Indies?
Why, yes. In fact, I made that trip myself. What ship were you on, Jack?
The Oscar W. Crumholz. It was the flagship of the Staten Island Ferry. We had a fine group of musicians, you know.
How many in the band?
Well, we had a 4-piece combination, violin, guitar, accordion, and monkey. But we didn't make any money, and the band finally broke up.
What happened to the other fellas?
Well, Sven and Otto sort of disappeared, but the monkey is doing very well. I hear from him all the time. He has his own radio show now. Calls himself Fred Allen.
Oh, Jack, you must be kidding. I know Fred Allen. He doesn't look anything like a monkey.
Oh, not now, but in those days he did. He was much better looking then. Now can I play my violin?
Oh, I'm afraid our time's about up.
But, Louella, you said I could. Now, you promised.
I know, but don't worry, Jack. You can play your violin. Just outside the studio, there's a little room. Go in and lock the door, and you can play your heart's content. No one will bother you.
But then no one will hear me.
We thought of that, too.
Oh, well. So long, Louella.
So long, Jack Benny, and thanks for coming over. Tonight marks a very special occasion in my career as a newspaper woman. Although I've known our guest of this evening many, many years, this is the first time I've had the pleasure of interviewing him on my program. He is a star of stage, screen, and radio, and a well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian.
A very well-known comedian. He's been in radio since 1932 and was born in Waukegan, Illinois, 55 years ago.
39 years ago.
39 years ago. He's not only a comedian and a very fine actor, but he is an accomplished
violinist.
In appearance, I would say that he is about 5 feet 10, weighs 160 pounds, has square shoulders, is slightly gray, and has blue eyes.
Robin egg blue.
Robin egg blue. As a matter of fact, this gentleman is so well known that he doesn't need an introduction. So here he is.
Now, wait a minute, Louella. Don't you think you should have mentioned my name? There may be a few people who are still in doubt.
I don't think so. I said you were slightly gray, weighed 160 pounds, and had blue eyes. That describes you, doesn't it?
No, I don't know. I went fishing last week and caught a tuna that answered the same description. Thank you, Louella. We have no audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. Louella, I appreciate this opportunity of appearing on your program, and as a special treat, I brought along my violin.
Oh, Jack, you can play later. Right now, I have a few questions that I'm sure our radio audience would like you to answer.
No, but you will let me play the violin.
Yes, in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Now, Jack, you've been sort of a pioneer in radio and very successful. So it will be very interesting to know what you think about television.
Well, Louella, there's no question in my mind that television will be the most important medium of entertainment in the history of show business. And it is just a matter of time when there will be a television set in almost every home in the country.
I'm sure you're right, Jack. But what are your plans? Do you intend to take an active part in this new medium?
Yes, in a modest way. Right now I have a small store on Temple Street, and as the television sets continue to sell, I will branch out and try to get a franchise a little further uptown. Can I play my violin now?
Wait a minute, Jack.
Oh.
You mean to say you're going to sell television sets instead of continuing your career as an entertainer?
Well, I might do both. That is, if I can find someone I can trust to mind the store. You see, Louella, television is an entirely new technique, and it calls for perfection, not only in voice, but also in appearance.
You mean that when a face travels through a cable, it may not look so good when it comes out?
Yes, that's it exactly. I don't mean that I'm not handsome enough or that I'm not photogenic.
The word is telegenic.
Oh. Then why didn't we change it this morning? We went over it 3 times. Can I play my violin now?
Later, Jack.
Oh. But I want to play Schubert's Unfinished Symphony, and I'm afraid if I don't start now, I won't have time to finish it. It's such a long piece.
Don't worry, Jack. You'll have time.
I hope so. I bought a new string just for this program, and I'm anxious to hear how it sounds. I've been playing on 3 strings for so long. What else would you like to know about me, Louella?
Just a few more questions, Jack. When did you decide to devote yourself to comedy rather than music?
When I had to pawn my violin, and it was awkward trying to play without an instrument. Embarrassing, too, you know.
Oh, then you had a job. Where were you playing?
Well, you know those summer cruises from New York to Bermuda and the West Indies?
Why, yes. In fact, I made that trip myself. What ship were you on, Jack?
The Oscar W. Crumholz. It was the flagship of the Staten Island Ferry. We had a fine group of musicians, you know.
How many in the band?
Well, we had a 4-piece combination. Violin, guitar, accordion, and monkey. But we didn't make any money, and the band finally broke up.
What happened to the other fellas?
Well, Sven and Otto sort of disappeared, but the monkey is doing very well. I hear from him all the time. He has his own radio show now. Calls himself Fred Allen.
Oh, Jack, you must be kidding. I know Fred Allen. He doesn't look anything like a monkey.
Oh, not now, but in those days he did. He was much better looking then. Now can I play my violin?
Oh, I'm afraid our time's about up.
But, Louella, you said I could. Now, you promised.
I know, but don't worry, Jack. You can play your violin. Just outside the studio, there's a little room. Go in and lock the door, and you can play your heart's content. No one will bother you.
But then no one will hear me.
We thought of that, too.
Oh, well. So long, Louella.
So long, Jack Benny, and thanks for coming over.
Well, I swan.
Me too.
So do I. How about you?
Yes, it's the new Swan Show with our great singing star, Doris Day.
Well, I swan.
A new singing favorite, Bill Farrow.
That's me.
Our guests, Jack Benny, Irene Ryan, the 4 hits and a miss, the new Les Brown Band.
We're Swan exclusively. How about you?
Yes, how about you?
Who, me? My name is Robert Hopalong Hope.
And now, Bob Hope's Swan's Eye View of the News. Princeton, New Jersey. Hurried conferences and frantic alibis were the order of the day here as the nation's poll takers sought to explain their disastrous error in predicting the results of last week's election.
Dr. Gallup was amazed at the outcome, but he wouldn't admit he was wrong. Last night he was still peeking into the White House window and singing, "Maybe You'll Be There." He was really unhappy. When he saw the election returns, he exclaimed, "It's the last time I take a house-to-house survey. From now on, I'm going to ask people." I called up Elmer Roper and said, "How can your predictions be so wrong?" He said, "You see, we mathematicians make a prodigious effort to ascertain by statistical and prognostication and political prestidigitation the approximate parallelisms." I said, "What does that mean?" He said, "Where can I get a job?" And last Tuesday night, Drew Pearson said over the radio, "I predict Dewey will be elected by 10:30. At 11 o'clock, he said, "I predict Dewey." At 12, he said, "I predict." The next morning, he said, "Ay, ay, 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 ay."
New York, New York. Phone company executives announced here today that telephones for automobiles were at long last ready and available for Mr. Average Motorist.
I had a phone put in my car last week, but the wires must be crossed. Every time I step on the starter, the spark plugs give a busy signal, and the receiver squirts a quart of hot oil in my ear. But they're a big help to the motorist. If a guy's speeding, he can look in the rear vision mirror, see a cop trailing him, call his lawyer, and the 3 of them can meet at the next intersection. But think what it'll be like later on when cars have telephones and television, too. A guy's driving along, his wife calls up and says, "Honey, bring home a head of lettuce, some carrots, a cucumber, and get that tomato out of your car."
Washington, D.C. The greatest ovation in the history of the nation's capital greeted President Truman as a crowd of 750,000 cheered his triumphant return to the White House.
Yes, sir, it was at a reception. From every window they were throwing confetti and old cabinet members. And the world will long remember President Truman's historic words when he returned to the White House. He said, "It's okay, Bess, you can send the laundry out now." When Harry got back to the White House, he started hanging up his coat. Governor Warren stuck his head out of the closet and said, "I'll be out of your way as soon as I pack up my oranges." The Democrats did so well in that election, they're even coming out with new products named after the president. They got a new thing now called the Harry Truman Popsicle. It's a frozen Republican on a stick. And with the election coming out the way it did, a lot of people had to change their plans. Now Margaret Truman has to go back to the White House, and she had it all set to be the fourth Andrews sister. The three candidates have really changed their tune since the election. Truman's changed from Missouri Waltz to It's Magic. Dewey's humming Say It Isn't So, and Wallace is singing On a Slow Boat to China.
Announcing only 8 more days of the Swan 1949 Mercury contest. Only 8 more days to win a brand new 1949 Mercury automobile. Right now, here are more winners in the Daily Mercury contest. October 19th, Mrs. Don Andrews of Portsmouth, Virginia.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 20th, Mrs. B.V. Painter of San Diego, California.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 21st, Mrs. Arlene Brewster of Topeka, Kansas.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 22nd, duplicate winners, Mr. Fred S. Balsinger of Denver, Colorado, and Mrs. E.P. Williamson of Honolulu.
Each win a new 1949 Mercury.
October 25th, Mrs. Alvin M. David, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A new 1949 Mercury.
Congratulations, winners. And remember, folks, there are only 8 more days to enter. Lever Brothers is giving away a Mercury a day every day until November 19th.
That's right, a Mercury a day plus $1,000 in cash awards daily. There's a new contest every day except Saturday and Sunday, and you can enter as often as you please.
All residents of the continental United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, are eligible.
Just be sure to follow the complete rules printed on free entry blanks at your store. And be sure to include your storekeeper's name.
Here's all you do. Finish the following statement. I like Swan Soap because in 25 words or less. Then send a Swan Soap wrapper together with your name and address to Lever's Mercury a Day contest, Post Office Box 3, New York 8, New York.
Well, I Swan.
A Mercury a day.
That's right. Gee whiz.
Bye, Cracky.
Here's the gal who was selected as the Orchid Queen of the National Flower Festival, our singing orchid, Miss Doris Day.
Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. You'll never guess how deep my love is, not even in your wildest dreams. But just so you get it clear, compared to my love, my dear, the Mississippi River's just a stream. Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. Than I did the day before.
Downey, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably read in the papers last week that while making a picture at Paramount, Bob Hope tripped and tore a muscle in his right leg. Now let's look behind the scenes and see how an accident like this affects the motion picture industry. We take you to the production offices at Paramount, where the heads of the studio, Henry Geeksburg and Y. Frankman, are talking.
Say, YF.
Yes, SG?
I've been thinking. We've got a lot of money tied up in that character, Bob Hope, and if his leg doesn't get any better, he may never be in another Paramount picture. How could a thing like that happen to us?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
But YF, what'll we do about Hope? His leg may be broken.
Yeah, too bad he ain't Trigger. We could shoot him.
You know how this accident happened, don't you, YF? Hope was doing that boat scene, and as he tried to get on board, he slipped and fell because somebody had put grease all over the gangplank. You know, it looks like someone is out to get him.
Yeah. Now remember, HG, if there's an investigation, we're in this thing together.
Well, it seemed like the easy way. And while we're on the subject, YF, we got to get rid of a lot of the actors over here. They're getting too old.
Yeah, how about that Crosby? Remember when we thought we had mice in the studio? We spent $5,000 to get rid of the mice, and then found out it was Crosby's joints that were doing the squeaking.
You know, YF, I think Bing is about the same age as Hope.
Yeah, I know it. If we put them in another road picture, the road's got to be downhill. By the way, where's Hope now?
He's over in his dressing room resting.
Oh, Doris, this pain is awful.
Oh, is it really that bad, Bob? Let me look at your leg. Oh, my gosh, it's all twisted out of shape, isn't it?
That's the wrong leg.
Oh, gee, Bob, I hate to see you in such misery. Does it hurt much?
Well, I don't care about that. I just wish it had been my other knee.
Why?
Well, the knee I hurt is the one with a dimple in it. Now I'll never be able to wear my pedal pushers with a split up the side.
I just don't understand how a thing like this could happen to you. You're so strong and husky.
Am I?
Yeah, and so loaded with vitality.
Honest?
Sure. Well, I always think of you as being a real He-Man.
You do?
Yes.
I have so much more than Gregory. Why should I fight it? Say, it was sure nice of you to drop in, though, Doris. I want to...
Hello, Mr. Hope.
Oh, hello, Miss Ryan.
Hello, Miss Ryan. How do you feel today?
Well, you know me. I always try to keep my chin up even though my arches are falling. I heard about what happened to Mr. Hope, and I thought I'd come over and cheer him up.
Oh, thanks. You see, I hurt my leg and I can't move it. It's nothing to worry about.
Oh, I don't know about that. My Uncle Julius had the same thing once in his shoulders, and he couldn't move his arms. The doctor made him leave them in one position.
Oh, that must have been terrible.
Well, it worked out all right. When he died 2 days later, his arms were already folded on his chest.
That's nice. Portia faces life. This gal backs into it.
Bob, you should listen to Miss Ryan. She can help you. She's been through a lot of these things, you know.
Oh, yes. I've never really been all my life. That is all of it, you know. And recently, Mr. Hope, it's been much worse. Yesterday, I thought I was losing my mind. All day long, I kept hearing voices in my head.
You were hearing voices in your head?
Yes, but I found out what it was. The battery in my hearing aid was low, and I was still getting the election return.
Well, don't worry. Hoover made it, you know. But it was nice of you to drop in, Miss Ryan.
Well, I do hope you get better. Oh, that reminds me, before I go, I wanted to show you a picture of my Uncle Julius, the one who died.
Well, what do I want to see a picture of him for?
Well, you might get worse. And if you don't pull through, it'll be nice if you know somebody when you get there. Keep your chin up now. Goodbye.
Thanks. If she ever gets married, she'll spend her honeymoon in the window of the Rexall drugstore.
Well, I have to be running along too, Bob. I promised Hy Averback I'd meet him. He's making a screen test over here.
Averback is making a screen test? You mean they've run out of talent?
Well, I think Hy will do very well in pictures because he just has...
Oh, hello, everybody. Hello, Doris.
Oh, hello, Hy. Are you all ready for your screen test?
Yes, Doris. I just came from the makeup department.
They didn't get your ears on straight.
At least my lobes are on the bottom. Well, now, Doris, how about running through the screen test with me like you promised?
Okay, Hy. Hand me the script.
Yeah, now, the scene we're doing takes place in a New York penthouse. We're social leaders and we're married, but we're splitting up. Now, you have the first line, and I want you to pay close attention to my diction.
Montgomery, I'm afraid that you and I are through. It's regrettable, but we can't go on.
Yes, Alice. I'm so sorry that we must split. But I'm afraid we must go our separate ways.
Don't you think you're carrying too many pounds of pressure there?
Well,
Lobes
Montgomery.
on upside down. Okay, it's all right.
Well, Montgomery, if we're parting, I insist that you give me the house.
You may have the house.
And I want the Cadillac and the 2 Mercuries.
They're yours, but there's one thing you may not have.
If you're speaking of the children, I want them.
You may have the children, my riches, and my home, but I insist that you leave one thing.
What?
That cake of Swan soap in the kitchen.
Jimmy Fiddler will give this picture 4 bubbles.
Yes, Alice. Alice, take everything, but please, please don't take that Swan. Swan is the newer, better white floating soap. Swan never crumples like our dream castles did. No, sir, you can use Swan right down to the last smooth sliver. And why? Because Swan is made by a modern, patented process that no other soap can use. A process that makes Swan better for dishes and hands. Swan is as mild as the finest Castile. It protects your hands, keeps them soft and smooth.
He's right. My hands are so soft, when I want to point at anybody, I have to starch one finger.
Oh, Alice. Alice, I can't leave you. Just think. A cake of Swan brought us together again. I still love you.
And I love you.
I love you, Alice.
Oh, I love you, Monty.
I'm engaged to the Lever brothers.
Yes, for your hands, your bath, and for baby's bath. Swan is the best soap afloat.
Well, I swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir. By cracky.
Here's our junior crooner we borrowed from the Oasis this week. The 19-year-old Bill Farrell, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on the slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny, with the moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Yes, I want to forget you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. On a real slow boat, on a real slow boat, on a slow boat to China.
Son from Cleveland, Billy Farrell. Thank you very much. Singing Slow Boat to China. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to present a very different kind of a thing here. We have a thing here. Musicians, please, no tuning while the star is on, please. Now, as I was saying, please. Hey, Evelyn, stop with that magic violin.
I resent that.
Well, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, what are you doing here?
Some surprise. We rehearsed 9 weeks already. Bob, look, I heard about your leg, and I thought I'd pay you a visit.
Well, that's swell of you, Jack, but how come you're sitting in with Les Brown's orchestra?
Well, just once I wanted to play in a band and not worry about the leader's breath taking the varnish off my violin.
Well, you don't have to worry about Les. Les hasn't been high since Petrillo picked him up to burp him. But look, it was awfully nice of you to drop in to see me, Jack.
Well, I was sorry to hear about your accident, Bob.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable, but the worst of it is whenever I hobble down the street, people keep throwing money in my hat.
They do? Gosh, how embarrassing. That's terrible. That must be awful. Bob, how much do you average a block?
Oh, it varies, but take my advice, Jack. Stay away from Beverly Hills. Nothing but Dewey buttons. But I can't get over how nice it is of you to drop in on me, Jack.
Well, Bob, that's the way it is with us troopers. You know, we show people have to stick together in these times of trouble. Why, as soon as I heard of your accident, I rushed right over here to be the first one at your side.
Jack, you came over just to help me?
Well, yes. Of course, if you buy the insurance policy I have in mind, it helps me a little, too, you know.
Jack, why are you selling insurance?
Well, you see, it's a little early to start unloading my line of Christmas cards.
Well, Jack, I don't get this. You're a wealthy man. You're worth millions of dollars.
Whoops.
Selling insurance, huh? Well, have you got a sample policy you can show me there in your portfolio? Jack, did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You sure you didn't hear that echo?
No, kid, this is your show.
Well, look, Jack, let's face it. This is ridiculous. You don't have to sell insurance. You're a star. They write about you in the Saturday Evening Post. You're one of the outstanding comedians in show business. One of them. You don't mind me throwing that in there, do you?
No, this is still your show.
Oh, but you're really great, Jack. People stay at home on Sundays just to listen to your radio show.
I have so much more than Fred Allen. Why should I fight?
Say, wait a minute. That's my gag.
I'll trade you for the yodel.
What'll my sponsor say?
Well, I Swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir.
All right, Cracky.
That's right.
Wait a minute.
Gee whiz.
My goodness.
Of course.
And how?
Wait a minute.
I'll say.
Hurry up.
You bet.
Hoo-ha.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
By cracky.
Wait a minute!
Easy, Jack. Either we peddle the stuff this way or I have to put on a pair of water wings and sell it bathtub to bathtub.
My next line is a humdinger. Wait a minute. Bathtub to bathtub, huh? I have trouble with my sponsor, too.
That's a dandelion. Thanks, Bob. I rehearsed 4 weeks for that line.
Well, we were going to give you something you could get your teeth into, but we weren't sure you'd have them with you tonight.
You wouldn't dare say that if you were still with Pepsodent, brother.
Let's get back to this stuff, huh?
Now, look. We'll never get through with this tonight. Look at it. You know, Bob, you know who has
Stand
the
by,
sweetest...
Fibbers.
You know who has the sweetest... Page 15. You know who has the sweetest...
I'm not...
You know who has the sweet... You'll never get off.
Wait a
minute.
minute.
Who has... I want to play the violin yet. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Are we still on?
You know who has the sweetest racket radio, don't you? The disc jockeys.
Disc jockeys? You mean one of those guys who says, this next record is sponsored by the Happy Hunting Ground Funeral Home, and now the orchestra plays, he's a real gone guy?
We haven't got time to wait.
See, why don't we try... Please, your laughs, not mine, please. Say, why don't we try our hand at being disc jockeys, Jack? All we have to do is make the rounds of the music shops and pick up a couple of 100 records.
Well, I don't know.
For free.
Shoot the wax to me, Max.
We'd be great as a team of disc jockeys. As they say in radio, I can just hear it now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to station SLOB, the biggest on the coast. And now we present Jazzy Jack Benny and Bebop Bob in their original radio record show, Make Believe Washroom.
Hiya, gang. Hiya, gang. This is your old disc jockey, Bebop Bob, with another knocked-out record section. It's all on wax and it's real mad, so you kids who want to get your kicks, lace up your boots and latch on to some of this frantic jive that we're going to send swinging your way. Right now, cats, I'd like to turn the mic over to a real hep character, the man who knows all the answers in the world of jazz, that solid jet, my platter partner, Jazzy Jack Benny.
Hacha Bodie-O-Do.
Solid Jack. And now, before we spin our next platter for you kids, we'd like to tell you the next minute and a half of our show is sponsored by Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing plan.
We'd like a word with those of you ladies who weigh over 400 pounds. Do you have the feeling that you're being followed? You are. It's you.
And you men over 400 pounds, do you have large stomachs? When you get your shoes shined, do you have to take the bootblack's word for it?
And why not try Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing pill?
Yes, to take off those extra pounds, try Dr. Capstaff's method. No diet, no pills, no injections, no exercise. Once a week, Dr. Capstaff comes to your house and beats you with a rubber hose. And now we're going to play our first record. It's a little tune called I'm Dancing with Tears in My Eyes because the girl in my arms had onions for dinner.
It's going to be played by Woody Gribbinus and As You Should Live So Long if you can find the Melody Orchestra. Hit it, Woody.
Thanks, Woody. That was great.
Look, Bob, a bunch of new releases just arrived.
Gee, there's some interesting titles. Look at this one. You used to be the cream in my coffee, but now you're just grounds for divorce.
Get a load of this one. If you were the only girl in the world and I was the only boy, I wonder who I'd play handball with at the Y.
Here's my favorite. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. I never should have stomped on them with my bare feet. Say, suppose we play that one right now.
Okay, but first a word from our sponsor.
Yes, this next record is coming to you through the courtesy of Slushies, the only breakfast cereal that's shot out of a water pistol.
Folks, you'll just love Slushies. They don't snap, crackle, and pop like other breakfast cereals. They just lie there and ooze.
Mothers, you'll cheer when you see the way your kids dive into a bowl of Slushies. They never come up again. Listen to what one happy user of Slushies has to say.
I've been eating Slushies for nigh on to 30 years. And I want to tell you something. I'm getting mighty tired.
Thank you, F.E. Spoon of Battle Creek, Michigan. Say, Jack, what's next on the turntable?
Oh, the folks will just love this one.
Yes, sir. It's a new release that features a duet by that brilliant young Waukegan violinist, Benny Kibelski.
And that new Cleveland singing discovery, the Velvet Smog.
Okay, so we give it a whirl?
Yeah.
Always
is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and you'll stand out in buttons and bows. No practicing on our time, please. I love you in buckskin skirts that you won't stun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. Now the buckboard bounce and a cactus hurts my tears. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and you're all mine in buttons and bows.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. You've been fine. That's fine, Jack. Thank you. Next week, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, wait a minute, Jack. We have next week. It's all over, kid. Pack up. Okay. We have another... Next week, we have Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen. That Coco... Say, okay, Jack, wait a minute. It's all over, Jack. Jack, wait a minute! Wait a minute!
Thanks for the memory of the vote in 48. Our chance to demonstrate whom we endorse to chart the course of our U.S. ship estate.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to pay a tribute to that fighting man from Missouri who stepped into the ring last Tuesday with the odds against him and came out the winner and still champion of the USA, President Harry S. Truman.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, is my hair fairest of them all?
It is when you use Rave Cream Shampoo. Rave leaves your hair so clean, so soft, so easy to manage. Easy to manage because the pure lanolin in Rave is specially blended with other important ingredients to make hair behave, even on shampoo day. Try Rave Cream Shampoo. R-A-Y-V-E. Rave Cream Shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
What makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing that fine old Come All Ye, the same old shillelagh.
Sure, and 50 years ago, me father left O'Learan shore. He landed here, shillelagh in hand, and divil a penny more. He got a job and then a wife and raised a family. And when he died, he left his old shillelagh stick to me. Sure, it was same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his mitt. And divil a one would monkey with it, or me dad would have a fit. With the same old shillelagh, me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, Picadilly, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. I'm going on the police force, it's the only thing to do. Instead of having one night stick, Picadilly, I'll have two. And if I get into a fight, no one will bother me. But I'll have the old shillelagh stick me father left to me. Sure, it's the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his mitt. And divil a one was monkey with it, or me dad would have a fit. Where the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, Picadilly, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, there's great excitement this week in the adopted town of our young hero, Dennis Day, for this is the week of the annual Weaverville Hobby Show. As usual, his landlord and lady, the Andersons, have each worked on a project, but unfortunately only Herbert has produced an entry. His scale model of a ship has already been sent to the display, but alas, Mrs. Anderson's carefully nurtured box petunia has failed to produce so much as a bud. She's inconsolable as she gazes at it.
Oh, my poor flower. My poor dear flower.
Oh, now, there, little cuddle girl.
It wasn't your fault, Mother. It was just bad luck. Not even a bud. And I've tried so hard to help the poor thing grow. I even took the heater out of Dennis's room and stood it next to it all winter.
Well, now, don't you feel unhappy about the hobby show, lover. I've entered my model ship in your name as well as mine.
Oh, Herbert, did you really?
Yes. And what's more, I've named it after you. The Poopsie.
The what?
It's written right across the Poopsie deck.
Herbert, I don't care for that sort of humor.
Sorry, my dear. I can't think what came over me.
What's more, I don't want that name bandied about in public. You will change the name of your boat to the Clara.
Yes, my rapture.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
Hello.
Good morning, my son.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I didn't sleep a wink last night when I heard about your poor little Petunia. Mr. Anderson broke the news to me just as I was putting on my overcoat to go to bed.
Yes, and I promised everyone in town a big surprise, too. Every year, something terrible happens to me at hobby show time.
Yeah, last year you sent over that fancy cake you'd baked, and they entered it in the millinery exhibit by mistake.
Well, it didn't do badly, though, Poopsie. It took second prize.
But I can't understand it. How could the judges think my cake was a lady's hat?
Maybe they tasted it.
Dennis.
Huh?
Today is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you take a nice walk down the street, whistling God Save the King? Come along, Herbert.
Oh, darn it, now she's mad at me again. Just when I wanted her to like me well enough to spare my life when she hears the news.
The news? What are you talking about?
Well, Mildred, a few weeks ago I did a foolish thing. I know that doesn't sound like me, but I did.
Oh, what?
Well, you know the baby picture contest Peak Magazine was running? $300 for first prize?
Oh, the cutest hot contest? Yes, what about it?
I entered a picture in it, and it won.
But, Dennis, that's wonderful.
But somehow I don't think so. You see, the picture I sent in was one of your mother when she was 3 years old.
My mother? Well, why did you do that?
I don't know. I ran across it in your family album, and it was so... Well, at that age, ferociousness is cute.
Well, I still don't see why you're so upset. Suppose Mother's picture did win.
But you don't understand. The magazine is sending a photographer here to take more pictures of the winner.
Oh.
He'll probably be a little surprised when he sees your mother.
Oh, my gosh, of course he will.
And even if he weren't, I doubt if she posed on a white fur rug in the condition he expects.
Golly, when this story gets out, she'll be laughed out of town.
Yeah, and I was counting on that prize money to get me in good with her.
Dennis, there might be a way to save it yet. What we need is a baby.
Mildred, he's coming this afternoon. Even if we got married right this minute, there wouldn't be...
We have to borrow one.
Oh.
Now, let's see. Who do we know who has a baby?
Well, the fellow who delivers my laundry has one, and he... No, his baby might not do.
Well, why not? Who is he? What's his name?
Hip Sing Lung Fu.
I'm afraid you're right. Say, wait. How about Mrs. Rogers? She has a baby, and she's always looking for a place for it while she's at work.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers' kid is only a year old. Your mother was 3 when that picture was taken.
Well, we can make him look older.
Him? When it comes time to explain that one, you take over.
Dennis, stop being silly. Now, look, you go over to Mrs. Rogers' house and tell her you've just opened a nursery for the babies of working mothers. Tell her on it.
I'll try.
Tell her.
Well, okay, I just hope this works.
Of course it will. What are you doing there?
Putting my ring on the third finger of my left hand. If I'm going to be a mother, I want to look right.
Yes?
How do you do, Mrs. Rogers? I'm Mr. Day of the Day Nursery.
The Day Nursery?
We take complete charge of your baby all day while you work for only $1.
Only $1? Oh, well, that's very reasonable. Can you feed them properly for so little money?
Madam, our food is not only healthy, but there's plenty of it. Every one of your baby sandwiches will be on whole wheat bread and come with French fried potatoes.
French fried potatoes?
And what's more, your child will be taught proper table manners. He won't be handled the way some parents handle babies.
What do you mean?
Believe me, if he burps after his meals, he better excuse himself.
Mr. Day.
And that isn't all we do for the little tyke. He'll get a bath every single day. We hand him some soap and a towel and throw him into the bathtub. And when I come back into that bathroom, he better be clean.
You mean you put babies into a bathtub and then leave them there all alone?
Well, madam, some of the kids are of my opposite sex.
Oh, Mr. Day, you must be out of your mind. You've never been anywhere near a nursery in your whole life.
I said something that caused you to lose confidence in me?
Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I might have known. Well, I'd better tell you the truth, Mrs. Rogers. You see, Mildred Anderson and I thought...
Mildred Anderson? You mean Clara and Herbert's child?
Yeah.
Is she in this with you?
Yeah, you see, we thought...
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? I'd be glad to let Mildred take care of my baby.
Oh, yeah?
Of course, she's a wonderful girl and very reliable. But don't you go near him or the deal's off, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I like my baby the way he is. Now, you stay here and I'll go get him. And I'll give you some extras, too.
Extras?
Well, of course. Mildred's going to change him, isn't she?
How do you like that? And she just said she liked him the way he is.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Clancy was the peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was the fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guff. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, O'Leary, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Now Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, for goodness sake, now do I smell perfume? Before you could stack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Marooney walked into the bar and ordered up a round. He left his drink to telephone and Clancy drank it down. Marooney said, who drunk me drink, I lay him in his tomb. Before you could pat the top of your hat, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. No, he still doesn't look old enough, Mildred. Nowhere near 3.
Oh, I know.
Better give me a couple more locks of your hair to paste on his head.
Golly, Dennis, you'll have me bald.
Yeah, but just think, if this doesn't work, I'll be scalped.
All right. Here. And do try to paste it on evenly this time.
Okay. Steady, baby. Steady.
Darn it, there he goes again. You'll have to rock him in your arms like you did before.
Yeah. Nice, baby. Good baby. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Gee, it works every time, doesn't it?
Yes, but he still doesn't look as old as he should.
Well, do you think we should paint a mustache on him?
Don't be silly. But maybe if he had some eyebrows. Wait a minute. Here, try these over his eyes.
All right. Steady, baby. There.
Huh. How do you think he looks now?
Like John L. Lewis's kid.
Well, I just don't know what we're going to do. That photographer will be here any minute. I know he has a reservation at the hotel for early.
Front. Take Mr. Reiner's bags, boy. You going to be with us long, Mr. Reiner?
Just overnight. The Anderson baby over at 321 Elm Street won my magazine's cutest tot contest, and I'm here to get some more pictures.
Herb and Clara? Why, they got no baby.
No?
No.
Well, just take a look at this photograph.
Huh? Why, holy smoke. That is a baby. And it looks just like Pupsy, too. That same scowl, only with dimples.
You mean you didn't know they had a baby?
Why, nobody did. How do you like that? So that's the surprise she had for the town. Hey, Sam, Ed, Janie, Frank, Louise, come here. What do you know? The Andersons got a baby. A baby.
There he goes again, Dennis. Rock him quick.
Yeah, nice baby. Fine baby. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty like a rose. Ah, he likes me. Hello, baby. Hello, Jimmy boy. Hey, see that?
Yes, but he's supposed to be a girl, Dennis, remember? You better get used to the idea.
Oh, yeah. Hello, baby. Hello, Clara, honey.
Oh, golly, now, look.
But we're only kidding, baby. You're really a big, fine, strong man. Sure.
Come on, we simply got to paste some more hair on him if we're going to convince that photographer he's free. Oh, my gosh, Dennis, there he is. Quick, get there before someone else can start talking to him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, why, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so excited I couldn't even get my key in the lock. Poopsie, dream lover.
Yes, Herbert.
Poopsie, I think we've won the model ship contest.
Your sailboat took first prize? But they weren't to announce it till Friday.
Yes, but the news must be out somehow. Everyone in town has been shaking my hand and congratulating me all day.
Oh, Herbert, that's wonderful.
Yes, several of the boys even asked me why I wasn't passing out cigars. Can you imagine?
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Anderson. We're all proud of you.
Oh, I should say we are. Come on, Herbert. We'll go down to the show right now.
No, I'll get it.
Oh, wait, Miss Janet.
Well,
hello, Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, I just heard. Congratulations.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Rogers.
Yes. Well, I was coming over here anyway. Why, Mrs. Anderson. Well, you're up. You're out of bed already.
Mrs. Rogers, it's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes,
Come along, Herbert. We've got to get downtown.
But surely you're not going to go downtown this soon, Mrs. Anderson.
Why, of course we are. That's where they've got it on exhibition. See you later, Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers, is anything wrong? You're standing there with your mouth open.
Mr. Day, is it really on exhibition?
Why, sure, at the hobby show.
A hobby show?
Oh, sure, it's beautiful. Of course, we don't know yet whether it'll float.
Well, you're not going to try to find out, are you?
Oh, not until we're sure her seams are good and tight so she won't get waterlogged.
Mr. Day, you're not serious.
Huh? Of course I am. We don't even know yet if she'll sit up properly. She has a round bottom, you know.
Yes, but don't they all?
Oh. No, some are built like barges. Mrs. Rogers, are you sure there's nothing wrong? You're acting so funny about this.
Well, I just can't get over it, that's all. In the first place, it's such a shock to see Mrs. Anderson on her way downtown after something so strenuous.
Mrs. Anderson? Why, she had almost nothing to do with it. Mr. Anderson deserves most of the
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, sure. Boy, is he proud. This is his first windjammer.
Well, I really didn't come over here to talk about that at all. I came over to get my baby.
Your baby?
Yes.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers, you can't. The photographer... I mean, he's upstairs fast asleep. You shouldn't wake up a baby. He might not sleep while he's awake.
Well, yes, but I... What was that?
Me.
See? That was my baby, and you said he was fast asleep.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Rogers, don't go up there. Let us handle this, please.
It came from this room here, didn't it?
Mrs. Rogers, don't look at your little Jimmy. Oh, you look. Mildred, believe me, it couldn't possibly work.
But why not? Why couldn't you be the child?
Oh, no.
Yes. And I'll be your mother.
Mildred, you're 19 and I'm 22. Even in India, women don't have children that young.
We'll pretend you're a child, silly. You can talk in a little 3-year-old voice that'll fool him completely.
Yeah, but won't the rest of me make him a little suspicious?
He won't see you. He'll only hear you. We'll put you in a dark room and tell him there's something wrong with your eyes.
Mildred, I know that...
Dennis, that must be him. Now, quick, lie down on the couch and cover yourself with that afghan. I'll draw the curtains.
How do you do? I'm Milton Reiner of Peak Magazine.
Oh, yes. You came to take pictures of my little Clara. I'm sorry the room is so dark, but poor little Clara's eyes aren't right.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Oh, you can talk to her, though. She's right here. Clara, honey, there's a man here to talk to you. Say hello to the man.
My name is Clara Anderson. I'm 20.5 years old, so there, too.
And you have something wrong with your eyes, Clara?
Yeah, too. I got bad eyes, so my mommy won't let me shoot pool or nothing.
Well, I didn't know little girls played pool.
I'm a tomboy.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, darling? Did you strain your little eyes somehow?
Yeah, too much reading.
Too much reading at your age?
Yeah. Yeah.
What happened to your voice just then?
I guess it's changing.
At 3.5?
I'm a tomboy.
Reiner, I'm afraid that's all little Clara should...
Yoo-hoo, Mildred, we're home.
Oi.
What's going on in here? Why is it so dark? Well, who are you?
Oh, my name is Reiner, madam. I came to take some pictures of your granddaughter.
My granddaughter. What granddaughter?
She's absent-minded.
What?
Hello, Grandma.
Dennis, say, what are you up to? Get your head out from under that cover.
Why, it's a full-grown boy.
Not for long, I'm afraid. But I can explain, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, I can.
Don't bother.
Well, I'd like to know what's going on. Where's the Clara Anderson whose baby picture won first prize in our contest?
Clara Anderson? My picture won first prize? My baby picture? I can't really say I'm surprised. Where's the money?
Are you kidding? I got a good mind to sue you and this kid for fraud.
Fraud? Dennis Day.
Mrs. Anderson, wait. Get that gleam out of your eye. I'm too young to go like this. I'm just a boy, a child.
I'm only 3.5 years old.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Danny Boy. But first... Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
No St. Patrick's Day would be complete without Dennis singing the lovely old Irish air, Danny Boy. Here it is now, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it.
Oh, Danny Boy, into Glen Mountainside, the summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go, and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may
may be. He'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say, an Ave there for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until
Thank you, and my thanks also to the Ancient Order of Hibernians for the honor they have bestowed upon me by presenting me with their annual award. Good night, everyone.
Next week, tune in to another Dentist Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Friends, here's a chance to help the Girl Scouts and to help children everywhere, and you don't have to contribute a cent in cash. You can help by contributing either children's or adults' clothing or material, or by contributing a few hours a week sewing, sorting, and packing. Call your local Girl Scout troop tomorrow. Help them make warm friends of the world's shivering children. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Presents the Halls of Ivy.
If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the country. Ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people that it's the largest selling beer in America. It has to be fine to be first. And now, the Halls of Ivy. We love the Halls of Ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far. Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Ivy's president, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, was a guest last night at a civic banquet. He went perforce and came home persuaded. As he tells his wife, Victoria, former reigning beauty of the London stage, this morning,
Frankly, my darling, I enjoyed it. Perhaps I've mellowed with age or been weakened by the final weeks of the school year. And perhaps until now I haven't entered into the spirit of Call Me Bill, and did you hear the one about the conductor in the mink coat? But the fact remains that I had a most pleasant evening.
What was the decoration on the fruit cup?
The you mean did they serve the inevitable half a maraschino cherry?
Uh-huh.
Yes, they did, and I ate mine and liked it.
Oh, Toddy, you are mellowing.
Yes.
I've heard you fly into the most spectacular rages with those half cherries.
I know. Ordinarily, half a cherry on a fruit cocktail infuriates me. It seems to say, if I were a whole cherry, old man, you'd not be able to appreciate the delightful repast which follows. However, last night the food was edible. The coffee was hot and good. The speeches were amusing, and except for one minor incident, I hope I'm not interrupting.
Interrupting what, for goodness sake? I wasn't saying anything.
I know. You're being very polite, darling, but in your beautiful eyes there is that look which says, I wish we'd finish that interminable story because I have a funnier one.
No, you never tell interminable stories. For me, they're much too terminable. Now, what was the minor incident?
Oh, it was so minor it will keep. Now, what's your funny story?
Well, it isn't funny. It's just interesting. Do you remember that painting Mrs. Quincannon showed us the other night?
Oh, you mean the original oil by some alleged artist named Ramon Ricardo? The one which looks as if he'd painted it while wearing boxing gloves. And then walked on it with muddy galoshes.
You mean you didn't like it?
Vicky, my sweet, I have seen better composition on a hotel bath mat. That painting was atrocious.
Well, for good heavens, I thought you were mad about it after what you told Mrs. Quincannon.
What did I say?
Well, you said it was well, you seemed to think that it's just the way you stood there. You mean that wasn't rapture?
Rapture was hardly the emotion which gripped me. It was more like vertigo. And believe me, if I'd known vertigo, I'd have gone.
You had me fooled, darling. So suddenly that I bought you another one for the same artist.
What? You mean he didn't lose his nerve after painting the one we saw? He did another?
Yes. And I only got it because I thought you'd love it.
Now, let's have a look at it, then. Maybe Ricardo's had a painting lesson since he did Mrs. Quincannon. Or started using paint instead of mud and ashes and beef gravy.
But I can return it to the art shop. Personally,
Excuse me, darling. Dr. Hall speaking. Oh, yes, Jeffrey. Why, certainly, yes. Come right over. No, not interrupting a thing. That's all right. Goodbye.
Jeffrey? Jim Jeffrey?
Yes.
Student body president?
Yes, he's coming over.
Something wrong?
I don't know, but probably. I'm seldom begged for a quick interview unless there's a wrangle on the quadrangle. In the meantime, let's see the old master you bought for your old master.
Well, all right. I put behind the chair so I could surprise you with it. Now, here you are.
Now, darling, you did surprise me. You and Ricardo. Worse than the other.
Yes, I thought so. Mm-hmm. I'm glad you disliked it.
Well, that's a fine way to talk to the recipient of a gift. Why are you glad I dislike it?
Well, because at Quincanon's the other night, I thought your well-known critical judgment had packed up and gone to Yugoslavia or someplace. But I says to myself, if he likes that sort of thing, I says, buy him one, I says.
Now, Vicky, my darling, I love you, and I do appreciate the thought behind this
atrocity?
Behind the gift of this atrocity, yes. But hereafter, please do not let my social attitudes betray you into a false estimate of my sanity. The fact that Mrs. Quincannon was our hostess and was obviously happy with her painting was... By the way, has this dreadful little production a title?
Yes, it's written on the back of the frame. Now, let's see. Here it is. Magenta miasma.
Magenta miasma. How appropriate.
It does look sort of like a Florida resort, doesn't it? You have to hold it a little bit sideways, like this.
Darling, there is no Florida resort called miasma. You are thinking of Miami.
Oh! Yes, Miami, yeah. Well, then where's miasma?
It's on this canvas, for one thing. Miasma is a word meaning a noxious effluvium emanating from a swampy putrescence, which makes it apparent that Ricardo lacks either a dictionary or a proper pride in his work. Darling, I thank you for this interesting gift, and how soon can you get it out of the house?
I'll take it back today. And now, let's go back to your minor incident.
My minor incident?
At the banquet last night.
Oh, yes. Well, it was just a slight argument with the mayor of Ivy about a proposed addition to the city hall, which is already big enough to serve a town the size of Philadelphia.
They call that dipping into the beef keg, don't they?
The pork barrel, my pet.
Oh.
And building an addition to a local city hall is pure, tender, succulent pork.
I take it you said so to the mayor.
I did. And after the lovely magenta miasma receded from his somewhat porcine face, which is probably an occupational...
Yeah, well, that's probably Jim Jeffries. I'd better hide this canvas. We don't want it to think we have an idiot uncle who paints.
Now, we can explain it away as a sample of new wallpaper. Now, come in, Jim. I was just... Oh, good morning, Mr. Wellman. I was expecting Jim Jeffries. Come in anyway.
Thank you. Dr. Hall, as president of this college, I am sure you are aware of Mrs. Hall. Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Wellman.
It would be a better morning if I didn't have to concern myself with certain... Dr. Hall, it should be obvious to you by this time that... Well, it's imperative, Dr. Hall, imperative.
Well, just what is imperative, Mr. Wellman?
Weren't you listening? I was just telling you it's imperative that we, as president of this... that you, in our relations with the town of Ivy, are responsible for certain... I am speaking, Dr. Hall, of your behavior at the banquet last night.
Oh, go on, Mr. Wellman. He always behaves nicely at banquets. Likes talks, graceful conversation. He never lights his pipe.
It would have been better if he had lit his pipe. And kept quiet. Dr. Hall, you insulted the mayor.
Well, Mr. Wellman, in the first place, it would take a sharper conversational harpoon than mine to get through the political hide of Mayor Baker.
Please, Dr. Hall, you are speaking of, Mayor Baker's an old friend of mine. Went to school with him. Comes from a fine old family, Mayflower stock.
Mystère bien santé n'a pas besoin d'ailleurs.
Just Voltaire, Mr. Wellman, and he meant who serves his community well has no need of ancestors.
I know.
Oh. And as a citizen and taxpayer interested in good government, I cannot approve such public pocket picking.
Public pocket picking? Strong words, Dr. Hall.
Yeah, they're hard to say, too.
As a member of the city council, I resent it. The addition to the city hall has been a lifelong dream of Mayor Baker. He wants to take pride in this city. He wants to take, let's face it. Please, Mrs. Hall, I know Mayor Baker. You do not.
And I want to be the first to congratulate me.
Well, leaving his honor a moment, what is the point you are trying to make, Mr. Wellman?
The point I am making, Dr. Hall, is that from now on, officially, Ivy College will adopt a closed-mouth policy on all such public matters. Is that clear?
Well, the statement's clear enough, but the attitude you recommend, Mr. Wellman, is dangerous and unrealistic, and the cause of more political evils than anything I can imagine. You advocate apathy, disinterest, and public silence in the face of malfeasance.
I advocate minding our own collegiate business, Dr. Hall. Nothing more, nothing less. I advocate it both as chairman of Ivy's Board of Governors and as a member of the Ivy City Council. And as chairman of the Board of Governors, a word to the wise. Good day.
You know, I think Mr. Wellman is one of the most resistible characters I ever knew. You suppose he's getting a slice of that graft?
No, I don't. No matter how misplaced his loyalties or how distorted his viewpoints, I think the man's absolutely honest.
You mean he's honest according to his life? But he drives a lot with his dimmers on.
Well, there's something like that, yes. I credit Mr. Wellman with judging Mayor Baker by Wellman and not Baker standards. Use every man after his desert and who should escape whipping? Use them after your own honor and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty.
Hamlet.
Good for you, darling. How did you know?
It was his turn.
Whose turn?
That was Hamlet.
Oh.
Whenever anybody asks me what's that from, I always say either Hamlet or the Bible. It was Hamlet's turn.
Well, between the Maudie Dane and the whole Everett, one is usually on pretty safe ground because...
Oh, do you think that's P.W. again?
No, I doubt it. His exit had an air of finality about it.
Well, in that case, I'll be hospitable. Oh, hello, Jim. Come in, please.
Thanks, Miss Paul.
Hello, Jim. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. I'll get right to it. Have you heard about the proposed new addition to the Ivy City Hall?
Yeah, you heard about it from the mayor and vice versa.
Yes, I did. And I assigned myself the pleasant chore of telling His Honor, of telling him that I considered it an out-and-out patronage job with no civic merit, and that he might have difficulty in finding necessary funds in an already depleted city treasury.
Oh, I'm sure glad you feel that way about it.
Well, why, Jim? You're not a taxpayer.
Well, not now, but it looks like I might be. It looks like all Ivy students will be taxpayers.
Well, you mean local taxpayers?
Sure. That's why I'm here, on behalf of the student body. The word hasn't gotten around the campus yet, but when it does, there's going to be a real Donnybrook.
Well, what word? What's going on? Tell.
You're majoring in political science, aren't you, Jim?
Yes, sir. I'm doing a little field work down at the City Hall. That's how I happened to hear about this tax bill. If they build that City Hall addition, Ivy College is going to pay for it.
The college?
How?
Well, the smart boys in the gang dug up an old law, passed in 1885. It's the head tax law and authorizes the levying of a tax on students 16 years old and over.
Oh, but that must have been in a time of desperate financial stringency when the college was young.
Well, that doesn't matter. It's never been stricken from the statute. It's as good or as bad as the day it was passed.
I wonder if Mr. Wellman knows this.
Mr. Wellman?
Oh, never mind, Jim. I've got to think this over.
What can you do, William?
Well, at the moment, I don't know. But I have a feeling we'll have to fight fire with fire. And I...
What's the matter, Doctor? You smell something?
Yes, barbecued pork.
Of Ivy, it's early afternoon, and we find Dr. Hall, who's up in arms over the town of Ivy's revival of an old law which would permit the taxation of college students, just entering the mayor's office. The mayor, the Honorable Francis X. Baker, welcomes him with professional heartiness.
Bill, it's great to see you, just great. Come on in and sit down. You don't come in often enough. You know, there's a lot of truth in the old saying, there's no friend like an old friend.
Yes, I never thought of it that way. The quotation marks around a cliche are merely the crow's feet of weary repetition.
How true, how true. That's the old Billy Hall. Never catch him without a quote.
Yes, I've another one. James Russell Lowell. Little he loved, but power most of all. And that he seemed to scorn, as one who knew how paths men choose to crawl thereto.
By what foul paths men choose... Now, wait a minute. Anything personal in that bill?
Frank, if the shoe fits, why should it blister you? As for my remarks to you at the banquet last night about the disgraceful plundering of public funds to build the addition to the City Hall...
Oh, now, forget it, Billy. You don't have to apologize for that.
Apologize? I'm not apologizing, Frank. On the contrary, I wish to extend and amplify my remarks.
Well, go right ahead, son. It's a free country.
For a free country, you're trying your best to make it expensive. For the taxpayer. This ghost law you've exhumed, the Heads Acts of 1885.
Oh, no. Hold everything, Billy. I didn't dig up any ghost law. That's a very live statute. Never been off the books.
And there's also a law still in the books which demands that every horseless carriage be preceded at a distance of 20 feet by a man carrying a red flag or a lantern. Are you planning to enforce that, too?
No, but I would if it would help me build a wing on the city hall.
Why is the building of this new wing so imperative? I consider it a flagrant abuse of office.
A flagrant abuse of...
You have revived an emergency law passed 65 years ago. Passed during a desperate period for a specific purpose. And you are using it, legally perhaps, but unethically certainly, to implement a raid on public funds to pay for a needless piece of construction. And the students of my college are the prospective victims of this fraud.
Well, I've been mayor of this town for a long time. My record is clean. My administration...
Oh, I'm not referring to your past record. Whatever it is. I am talking about the business coming up in the city council tomorrow. Permitting a city tax on students 16 years and over.
Well, I'm only the mayor, Billy Boy. I don't control the city council. We need additional revenue at this time for civic projects. In this case, a permanent and useful testimonial to my tenure of office.
Well, that's a very neat euphemism. How would you describe the Brinks Express robbery in Boston? The transfer of funds from the temporary custodian for a more equitable distribution among deserving, if unknown, citizens?
You're quibbling.
Am I?
Now, let's face facts. The city needs money. And we can collect it legally according to a definite statute passed for a similar purpose at another period.
Well, it's an outrageous example of venal politics. How can we teach good government in Ivy College if we have this sample of bad government on our own doorstep?
Now, that's a lot of hogwash, Billy. What you call bad government, I call good business. It's stimulating. It puts money in circulation. And we get the money to do it by any legal means at our disposal.
From 16-year-olds. Taxation without representation, Frank. Why, it's a principle upon which war has been declared. Twice.
Twice, Billy?
Yes. In 1776 and right now.
Hello, darling. How did it go? Did his dubious honor weep over his misdeeds and promise to be a good boy? No, I can see he didn't.
No, he not only didn't, but he kept calling me Billy Boy.
Well, it was friendly anyway.
Perhaps, but I felt like butting people on my way home. Well, the reason I'm so late, darling, is that I talked to several members of the city council.
Including Mr. Wellman?
No, I passed up Mr. Wellman. He's not a man to reason with.
With whom to reason?
Either one.
Yeah, well, but you say you think he's absolutely honest. Doesn't he realize what this will do to Ivy? Think it even close the school?
I always find it hard to realize what Mr. Wellman realizes. I feel right now like a man in a small dory with a hurricane coming up.
Well, maybe your dory is not so hunky right now, dear. But you'll think of something.
If I do, I better hurry. And I wish I could share your confidence that...
What do you mean, What are you staring at?
Now, that painting. You didn't have time to return it?
Oh, no, I'll take it back in the morning. Doesn't grow on you, does it?
You can't say that it does. Are you sure you have it right side up?
I don't think it has any right side up. That's the side up it was up in the shop.
Well, no wire on the back? to suggest which side the painter thought was the top or bottom? I'd like to strike out the word painter.
Two ladies already struck out.
Well, perhaps I'm a Philistine, Vicky, but I think representational art that has required some basic study of drawing and color is representation. Now, that gives me...
You keep looking at it, darling. It's just phony enough to make Mayor Baker look legitimate. I see who's at the door.
What was that I was just saying? It seems to me I had a significant thought somewhere. Well, hello, Jim.
Hello, Doctor. Did you have any luck with the mayor today?
My report is embarrassingly negative. I'm afraid my persuasive powers have deserted me.
Well, that's not good. The word's out, Doctor. There's been a big meeting called at the gym tonight. I don't like to think what might happen if all our students descend on this town. Something's got to be done.
Yes, you're right. Taxation without representation... Wait a minute. That's it, of course. The painting.
The painting? What painting?
What are you talking about, dear?
A possible solution.
Dr. Hall, are you sure you heard what I said? This could turn out to be a case of mob violence.
Look, Jim, you were elected president of this student body because you have the qualities of a leader. Now, I want you to get down there to that gymnasium and be one. I have a couple of phone calls to make, but if what I suspect is true, there'll be no reason for a riot. That tax bill will never be passed.
Well, if you say so, Doctor.
I'm 99% certain. Now get going and come back and report to me.
Okay. Goodbye. I go blindly, but I go.
Tony, what is this about?
Taxation without representation. It can't be. Excuse me, darling. I just want to make this call. Hello, Registrar's office? This is Dr. Hall. Yes, you can help me. I want to know the exact figures on the... Hello. City Clerk's office, please. Hello. This is Dr. Hall of Ivy College. I'd like some information. Yes, I want to know the exact figures on the...
Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall, Dr. Hall.
Wellman.
I have good news, Dr. Hall. Very good news. Splendid news.
I'm very
About
glad.
this terrible tax bill which came up before the city council today. It won't last, Dr. Hall, never. Due to my vigilance, my untiring efforts, my deep interest in both the town of Ivy and Ivy College.
And also, I presume, to the suggestion I made to you over the phone.
Yes, of course. Due also to your suggestion. Thank you, incidentally. But as I was saying, due to my vigilance, the students of Ivy College will not be taxed. Ridiculous idea in the first place. And I'm surprised that Mayor Baker, an old schoolmate of mine, could. I mean, we don't need a City Hall addition, Dr. Hall. And you cannot convince me that we do.
Might as well give up, William. You can't put over that dreadful tax bill of yours.
What happened, Mr. Wellman?
What happened is that, the mayor vetoed the tax bill.
Oh, then it was passed by the city council.
I am not the only member on it, Mrs. Hall. It was enough that I got to the mayor.
Of course it was, Mr. Wellman, and I appreciate your efforts. You've done a noble service for this school.
It was nothing, Dr. Hall. What do I mean, nothing? It was tremendous. Well, goodbye.
Now, please, William, tell me.
Very well, darling. You see, it was all due...
Not Mr. Wellman. Don't tell me that. I heard you phone the registrar's office, the city clerk, and then Mr. Wellman. So whatever was done, you done it. Now, what was done?
Well, I found out that the enrollment of the College of Ivy was 2/3 larger than the voting population of the town of Ivy.
Well, skip the statistics, darling.
Well, I got to blathering on, as you remember, about representational art, which brought me back to the taxation of our students without representation. Then I said to myself...
Billy, you said?
Billy boy, I said. Aren't you just assuming they have no representation? So, I checked the 1885 law again and found that it definitely gave the students the right to vote. I spoke to Mr. Wellman, who showed his honor that with the majority of angry students, he was headed straight for impeachment.
Well, good old magenta miasma. Now we better keep the painting.
No, darling, no. We will present it to the college with a little brass plate on the bottom of it, saying, This minor work of art demonstrates that you may be unworthy, but you need not be framed.
Oh, that's very good. Now, where did you say you put the little brass plate?
On the bottom of the frame.
Which is the bottom?
Darling, I'll let you decide. I solved my problem. This one's yours. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Others in our cast were Jim Backus and Bill Mims. Tonight's script was written by Cameron Blake and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented transcribed by the Joseph Smith Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We invite you to enjoy the Pulitzer Prize Playhouse on television on Friday night. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Elvia Allman, Jill Walker, Bud Whittam, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's a warm spring day in Mel Blanc's little town, and young couples' thoughts are lightly turning to, thoughts. Everybody has springitis, and we hear Mary Baker saying to her boyfriend, Warren,
Gosh, Warren, I've been tapping my feet all day long.
Gee, I wish I'd known, Mary. We could have gone to a dance tonight.
And elsewhere, we hear Barbara Bevins saying to her boyfriend, Jerry,
Gosh, Jerry, I've been tapping my feet all day long.
Gee, I wished I'd known, Barbara. We could have gone to a dance tonight.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where we find Mel and his girl, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Gosh, Mel, I've been tapping my feet all day long.
Gee, I wish I'd known, Betty. You could have cracked some walnuts for me.
Yes, Mel is being very evasive, and believe it or not, he doesn't want to take Betty out. It seems that Mel, having made an impression on the town's society leaders with his impersonations, had become quite a social lion. So now let's look in at the Fix-It Shop and listen to the lion roar.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I can't take you to the movies tonight. A man of my social position only attends operas, concerts, political lectures, and art exhibitions.
But, Mel, they're showing a Betty Grable picture.
Let's go. That's one art exhibition I must see. No, Betty, no bourgeois cinemas for me. I've even turned in my Roy Rogers badge.
Oh, come now, Mel.
And, Betty, please don't call me Mel anymore. From now on, it's Melvin Jerome Blanc III.
The third? You mean this has happened twice before?
Yes, my grandfather was first, my father was second, I'm third. When I have a son, he'll be home plate.
Who's playing shortstop?
Oh, Mel, just because you went to a party is
A party? Betty, dozens of parties.
Yesterday I was cocktailing at the Vanderpoofs at 7, cocktailing at the Lenahans at 8, cocktailing at the Brooks at 9.
What were you doing at 10?
Ice bagging at home.
Well, then you can't go with me tonight, huh?
No, Betty. Tonight I've been invited to the mansion of Mrs. Grimes, the society leader of our town. Boy, I can't wait till I get there. I'll kill him with my impersonations.
Oh, here comes Father. Hello, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Hello, Mel. Neighborly greetings to you, Squire Colby.
Squire Colby? Such affectation. You big ninny, you're ruining my supermarket with the way you fix things. What did you do to my sausage machine?
Oh, I fixed it, Mr. Colby. Well, I didn't have enough parts, so I put some in from a cigarette-making machine.
A cigarette-making machine? No wonder those sausages came out with cork tips.
Well, what are you worried about? No other sausage can make that statement.
Looking at you, I often wonder how long can a person live without a brain?
Don't worry, Mr. Colby. You've got plenty of good years left yet.
Come along, Betty. Let's not waste our time any longer. Humph!
Good day, Squire. Gosh, I must have sounded like an awful heel to Betty and her father. But if you want to get ahead in the world, you got to be tough. I'd better practice my impersonations for Mrs. Grimes. Oh, here comes Mrs. Grimes herself. Ah, greetings, Squiress Grimes.
Oh, Melvin Blanc. Oh, the effervescent exuberance of spring. Melvin, I'm blossoming all over. I'm budding. Oh, I'm a tree.
Well, don't look now, Mrs. Grimes, but your sap is showing.
Oh, Melvin, you're so droll. You know, ever since you flitted into our social set, we've become rejuvenated. Oh, I feel like a spreading bough. I feel like a fruit-laden tree. I feel like a leafy elm. Oh, and you've done it all.
I feel like a sack of Vigoro.
Tonight's my party, and you'll be there. Oh, the weather is so beautiful, I can't contain myself. Oh, Lord, I want to leave.
Yeah, well, why should she kill it for everybody else?
Drink my fullness, drink all I can get.
Somebody ought to put a Mickey in that drink.
I love life. Oh, Melvin, tonight your social star shall ascend.
Oh, you mean I get a chance to do... I get a chance to do some more impersonations?
No, Melvin. Tonight we shall be serious.
Serious?
We are going to have a literary quiz, and you shall be our Clifton Fadiman.
Sure. Sure, Mrs. Grimes.
Oh, Melvin, call me by my first name.
All right. Methuselah.
Say it again. Oh.
Methuselah. Gosh, what she could do for that Brooklyn infield. Well, what can I do for myself? A literary evening. I don't even know a Longfellow from a short beer. Huh. They want me to be Clifton Fadiman, and I can't even be Clifton Finnegan.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Alexander's Ragtime Band.
There's a band that's coming to our town. La-la-la-la-la-la. They play most anything from conga to hold down. La-la-la-la-la. So, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Come on and hear it. It's the best band in the land. They can play a bugle call like you never heard before. So natural that you want to go to war. That's just the bestest band that ever.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Come on along.
Yes, yes.
Let me take you by the hand to see the band.
Up to the man.
What man?
The leader man.
That man.
He's the leader of the band. If you care to hear the Swanee River play in ragtime, come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band. Alexander's Ragtime Band. It's the best band in the land. It's just the bestest band, what am, honey lamb. Come on along. I'm gonna take you by the hand. Up to the man, who's the leader of the band. And if you want to hear the Swanee River played in ragtime, when you hear Alexander, come on and hear Alexander. Ragtime.
Well, now back to Mel Blanc. Tonight's problem is, how can Mel hold up his end of the literary evening to which Mrs. Grimes has invited him? But when it comes to things literary, Mel is strictly blank. Right now, he's in his fix-it shop trying to think of something very literary when in comes the town Beau Brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. It's good to see you. Naturally, Mel, old boy. It's always good to see great, big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, I am so sweet I could throw myself at my feet.
Hartley, for once you don't bother me. Now that I'm in society, I can look down on you.
Lovely sight, isn't it? I went to a society dance myself last week, Mel. The girls were dressed in tight-fitting dresses and low-cut gowns, but all eyes were upon me.
What were you wearing?
A strapless tweed. Oh, but was I mad? I had one dance with a ravishingly beautiful blonde when a man cut in and said, I want to dance with the most gorgeous creature on the floor.
What did you do?
What could I do? We danced. The music was supplied by Phil Spitalny and his all-girl orchestra. But when I entered the hall, the girls all stopped playing.
Why?
Mel, old boy, you can't pant and play the trombone at the same time.
Who wants to be ahead of the dance? I'm a big shot in real society.
Well, Mel, I'm being featured in an advertisement that is Real Society. It carries a picture of me, and underneath it says, he's lovely, he's engaged, he's marrying himself. Yes. As a matter of fact, my face may be on the cover of Look.
Hardly with a face like yours, I'd look for cover.
Oh, that does it. You made me indignant. Why, I'm so indig I could nant. Good day, Mel, you buffoon, and I leave you with the words of the immortal John Keats. A thing of beauty is a Hartley Benson. So long, night seeing me. anything about literature. I think I'll call up Mrs. Grimes and tell her I can't come.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, great and mighty zebra. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. What's the matter, mighty potentate? You look tired.
Oh, I am, Mel. I haven't slept a wink in nights. Lately, my wife's been walking in her sleep.
Well, why should that keep you awake?
All night long, I run around opening up windows.
Mighty potentate, you live on the 4th floor of an apartment house. You wouldn't want your wife to fall out, would you?
Ha! She's got a new thing now, Mel. She goes to bed with hot water bottles. Mel, it's like sleeping next to a stack of old tires. Last night, though, she was in a good mood. She kissed me 10 times. Tell you, Mel, it's like being trapped in a convertible with the top going up and
down. What did your wife look like when you married her?
Well, Mel, she was young, and at that age, most women have a schoolgirl complexion.
Well, how did her complexion look?
Like she was expelled. She also had a mole on her chin, but it was hardly noticeable. Her nose covered it.
Well, her nose couldn't be that long.
No? Then why is it when we go to the zoo, the elephant feeds her peanuts? As a matter of fact, she could lead the Republican parade, except for one thing.
What's that?
She's got such long ears, the Democrats want her to. What a woman.
Well, you sound a little peeved.
Well, the other day I drove my wife downtown to do her shopping. And just as we were on the bridge crossing the river, she said, "Oh, John, you can drop me anywhere you want to." Gad, what a temptation. But I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I'm not old.
Mighty potentate, listen to my troubles. I'm going to a literary discussion at Mrs. Grimes' house, and they'll ask me a lot of questions, and I can't answer them.
Oh, Mel, that's an easy problem. Just get yourself an encyclopedia.
Well, what's the good of that? I can't bring it with me.
Well, I'll help you out, Mel. You have Zookie bring the encyclopedia to me, and tonight I'll hide outside on the balcony of Mrs. Grimes' house. You stand near the window, and I'll whisper the answers to you.
But, mighty potentate, can you sneak up into the house without being seen or heard?
Mel, for 20 years, my life has depended on it. Well, I gotta be going now, Mel.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see Johnny O'Clock, or I can go home and look at the face that'll stop one. See you later at Mrs. Grimes' house, Mel. So long. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Now to send Zookie over to get an encyclopedia and bring it to the mighty potentate's house. Oh, Zookie! Zookie!
All right, young man, you can browse around the bookshop. When you see something you want, just whistle.
Yeah, okay. Let's see now. Some magazines, some
what do you want?
That blonde behind the counter. No, I want an encyclopedia.
Well, here's one you might want. It's got all the latest statistics in it.
California. The average rainfall for California has been 9 inches, 2 feet, 6, 10, 12, Run for the hills, the dam is broken.
The figures on California pedestrians are interesting, too.
Well, let's see. Automobiles knocked down 4 out of 6 out of 9, and 99 out of 100. They haven't got a chance.
Now, will you take the book?
Sure. Wrap up the wrap up the blonde.
Well, mighty potentate, here we are at the Grimes house.
All right, Mel. Now, you go in, and I'll go around the back way. Just stall them off till you hear from me. I'll be on the balcony outside the window.
Swell. I'll ring the doorbell. Hello, Mrs. Grimes.
Oh, Melvin, come right into the library. I want you to meet everybody. Everybody, come on. And meet Mr. DeHeister.
So charmed.
I'm pleased to meet... so charmed.
Lady Fortescue,
Delighted.
Delighted.
Lord Thumbledown?
Oh, jolly, jolly,
The Raja Amagawani?
Mahari, Sahib.
Mahar. There you got me.
And Melvin, the Raja is here with the Maharaja.
Where's the Papa Raja? Oh, thank you.
No one was laughing at your beastly joke.
Melvin, sit down there by the window. We're past the literary discussion, and we're now taking up rock formations. I don't suppose you know the difference between a stalagmite and a stalactite.
Who doesn't? After 3 martinis, a stalagmite becomes stalactite.
Yes, I'm sure. And... No, Melvin. Stalagmites come out of the floor, and stalactites come out of the ceiling.
Oh, that's funny. In my fix-it shop, they come out of the woodwork.
Lord Thumbledown, what are you laughing at?
Where's the Papa Raja? It's so funny, I shall laugh uproariously.
Entirely too much levity in this discussion. Now, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Mrs. Grimes, do you mind if I open the window? It's a little stuffy in here.
Oh, not at all, Melvin.
Thanks. Hey, Mr. Cushing, are you out there?
Okay, Mel, I'm all set.
Now, are you ready for the question, Melvin?
Go right ahead, Mrs. Grimes. I have a gentleman in the balcony. I mean, ask me anything you want.
I warn you, this is a sticker. Now, quiet, Melvin. This is the question. How many children were born in an average Italian city in 1925?
Hey, Mel, in the city of Florence, Italy, there were 50,000 children born.
Oh, I've got it, Mrs. Grimes. In 1925, a girl by the name of Florence, who lives in Italy, gave birth to 50,000 children.
Now I get it. The Roger comes out of the woodwork. That's right.
I shall ask another question. What is the longest river and the highest mountain in South America?
Mel, the Amazon and the Andes.
I got it. Amos and Andy.
Melvin, you're being ridiculous. Now, my next question has... Oh, my goodness. Is that a face in the window?
Well, statistics show that last year, 30,000 faces...
Mr. Cushing, what do you mean by eavesdropping outside my window?
Oh, just a second, Mrs. Grimes. I'll take the blame for everything. You see, what's the matter now?
I just got it. Amos and Andy had 50,000 children. That's tremendously funny.
Shut up!
Well, Mel, have you had enough of high society?
Yeah, Betty. Back with the people in my own class. People like you and your father. People who appreciate...
Oh, Mel, stop yapping so much and get on with this game of checkers.
But, Mr. Colby, all I was saying...
Come on, make your move before I break every bone in your body.
What did you say?
I said I'll break every bone in your body.
Ah, that's like music to my ears. I'm home again.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A smile that dazzles, a breath that's sweet, teeth that sparkle. What a thrill to have all three. Then try Colgate tooth powder, Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. Its rich, active foam gets into every corner of your mouth to sweeten your breath. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in your mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, you can't buy a dentifrice that does a better job than Colgate Tooth Powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate Tooth Powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
This is the Fred Allen Show, presented by the makers of Shepherd Cheese and Tender Leaf Tea. While Fred Allen is dyeing his carnation green for tomorrow, here's a Shepherd Cheese suggestion. We've told you about the quick, easy toasted cheese sandwiches of Shepherd Chevelle, Chevelle, Chevelle cheese food that you eat in the kitchen or around the radio. But when there's company for Sunday night supper and you want a fine party dish, just put slices of meat or chicken on bread in a shallow casserole. Pour in some condensed cream of mushroom soup and top with slices of Chevelle. Then heat in the oven until the Chevelle is melted and brown. We got this idea from a famous club where it's a specialty. And we think you'll vote it your favorite home specialty. But it must be made with Chevelle for that rich, real cheese flavor. Millions of women know Chevelle, know its tops to melt, to spread, to slice. Now with Chevelle available everywhere, you can join the big swing to Chevelle. 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 Remember, tomorrow, look for Chevelle. Get Chevelle in the bright red package.
Along, Kitty.
The makers of Shepherd Cheese and Tender Leaf Tea present the Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Miss Beatrice Lilly, Puffin Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarcos, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and who else? Oh, yes, Kenny Delmar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the annual National Antique Show was held at Madison Square Garden. Tonight, we bring you an antique who wasn't at the show, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In Portland, I'm certainly glad that you mentioned the Antique Show. What is that, Boston for antiques? I was over at the Antique Show the other night. There was a little trouble at the door.
What happened?
Well, a man walked into the Antique Show and said, "What's new?" Well, they threw him out in no time at all. Threw me out with them. Mistook me for an old mummy in there. I was under wraps at the time. The two critics were wrapping me. I ran in there and told you. Tell me, did you see the show?
Oh, yes. Mama was going to buy an old cherry table, but she changed her mind.
Why?
Mama said, why should she buy a table just for old cherries?
Oh, fine. The old cherries would certainly never buy a table. So tell me, what was the big attraction at the Antique Show?
They had a bed George Washington didn't sleep in.
Didn't sleep in?
He had insomnia that night.
Good to know those things.
Did you see anything at the Antique Show?
Yes, I did. In the lunchroom there, I saw an absent-minded musician.
An absent-minded musician at the Antique Show?
Yes. He was playing his donut and dunking his pipe. So much for antique jokes to Portland. What's new this week?
Governor Dewey has a simplified tax form.
A simplified tax form, you say?
Uh-huh. You only have to answer 3 questions.
And what are the 3 questions?
How much money did you make last year?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah.
And how soon can you get it down here?
Yes, that'll work, too. But say, speaking of taxes and people who have nothing, did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight?
Yes. Jack had Bing Crosby, Dick Haymes, and Andy
What a night for music lovers. Miss Truman singing, I'm singing in a little while. How do you like that? Tell me, how do you like that, Benny? You know, he fired his old quartet, the Sportsmen.
I feel sorry for the sportsmen.
Oh, I do, too. You know, I don't care what Benny did to the other three guys, but any man who would put a tenor out of work would hit his own mother. Speed it up. It's dragging. It's dragging.
Are you the authority on quartet?
Put some more laughs in it. Am I an authority on quartet? Well, right now I have 4 people waiting for me down in Allen's Alley.
What is your question today?
Well, recently the Married Women's Association in England petitioned the House of Commons demanding that housewives receive weekly paychecks from their husbands. And so our question is, quote, do you think wives should receive weekly salaries?
Shall we go?
As the sap said to the maple tree, I think I shall start running. Oh, here we are in Allen's Alley, Portland. Hey, I guess the senator has company. Look, there are 2 sets of footprints in the mint bag. Well, let's not.
I say, somebody whammed the wood.
Yes.
Claghorn's the name. Monstewart Claghorn, that is.
Monstewart Claghorn?
Parlez-vous français, vous all? I'm studying French, son. I say, où est le voulez de poire de morée de ma grand-mère?
What is that?
Where's my grandmother's cod liver oil?
Well, come on,
I speak French like an eloquent.
Tell me, why are you studying French, Senator?
France sent Maurice Chevalier over here.
Oh,
This
yeah.
country's sending me over to France. It's reciprocity. A swamp, that is.
But you,
Yeah, I've been training to go to France, son.
Yeah?
I've been drinking so much Napoleon brandy, I'm going around with my hand stuck in the front of my coat.
Tell me, what are you going to do in France, Senator?
I'm on a goodwill tour. I'll start the south of France,
Yeah.
and I'll stop off in Paris.
Naturally.
I'll look in at the Folie Bergère.
To see what's going on?
See what's coming off. I'm too fast for you, son. I'm wasting my wit.
Yeah, what there is of it, you said. Well, tell me, Senator, about our question. Now, do you think the housewives should receive a weekly paycheck?
Well, that's been a vital question in the South for 200 years.
Really?
That's why when you drive along the country road in the South,
Yes.
you see the wife out laboring in the field, picking cotton, salting tobacco, and shucking okra.
Yeah.
Or back bent with drudgery and toss.
I see.
Then you see the husband sitting by the cabin.
Yeah.
Chair tipped back, his hat pulled down to keep the sun out of his eyes.
Uh-huh.
Son, that husband ain't low.
No?
No, he knows his wife wants a weekly paycheck.
And as the husband sits there not working with his chair tipped back in the sun,
He's thinking it over.
solution, all right. I wonder if Titus Moody is still up. Howdy, Bub. You look mad tonight, Mr. Moody.
I've been seeing red all week.
Seeing red?
Yeah, my wife's got a picture of Skelton on the melodeon. I've been seeing red all week.
Well, Mr. Moody, do you think... Well, it shows Skelton can't do anything on our program either. Do you think housewives should receive a weekly paycheck?
Some women ain't worth a toot on a tower's horn.
Well, how about your wife, Titus?
If you want to pin me down, go to it.
How are you handling this paycheck business?
Well, when we was first married, I owned the farm.
Yeah?
My wife wanted wages every week.
Yeah?
I says, you work for me and I'll pay you at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the year, I didn't have no money to pay her, so I give her the farm.
You gave her the farm?
Next year, I worked for her.
And at the end of the year?
She didn't have no money to pay me, so she give me back the farm.
And?
She went back working for me.
Oh, I see.
Well, that's the way it's been going for 20 years. One year she owns the farm and I'm working for her.
Yeah?
Next year I own the farm and she's working for me.
Well, you have some sister.
Something like communism. Nobody's got nothing, but everybody's working.
Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, is your wife happy?
Why, I don't pry into her business none. All I know is my wife ain't to be trusted with money.
No?
Now, every time she gets her hands on money, she causes me trouble.
How do you mean, Titus?
Well, first time I met her, she had $2.
And she caused you trouble?
Trouble? Everlasting couple. She bought our marriage license.
Oh?
Well, she ain't to be trusted with money. So long, Bub. So long.
Mr. Moody sure had his troubles, especially with that seeing red joke. Oh, well, let's try this next joke.
Howdy doody.
Mrs. Nussbaum, you think housewives should get a weekly paycheck?
This was seeming to me, under the circumstances, to be all depending.
All depending on what?
Some wives outside jobs are taking.
I see.
George Washington's wife, Martha, is opening part-time at the kitchen.
You say other wives have outside jobs?
Daniel Boone.
Daniel Boone's wife is working?
Effie Boone.
Oh, Effie. What about your case, Mrs. Nussbaum? Are you getting a weekly paycheck?
It has got deadlock.
How do you mean?
To my husband, Pierre, I'm presenting an ultimatum.
An ultimatum? You wanted better working conditions in your home?
I am asking a week, it should be 5 days.
Yeah.
2 weeks vacation, they should be with pay.
Yeah.
My husband's relatives should drop dead.
Yes.
Also some incidentals I'm demanding. The electoral toaster shall be fed.
The toaster, huh?
Who's topping the toast but down?
Oh, tell me what happened when Pierre got your demand.
He is refusing to negotiate.
And you?
I am refusing to call now.
Well, what was the outcome?
For 3 weeks, nobody in my house is living.
Your house is empty? Nobody's in your house?
I am outside picketing.
And your husband?
Pierre, a union man, came out crossing the picket line.
Brings us to Mr. Cassidy's house. Let's see what Mr. Cassidy is up to. How do you do? Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I just received a letter from Guatemala.
What does it say?
How are things in Jackson Heights?
Well, you look good tonight, eh, Jack?
Oh, why shouldn't I look good, me boy? I'm shaved and I'm shorn to be ready for the morn.
What is tomorrow?
What is tomorrow, you heathen infidel? It's St. Patrick's Day.
Are you going to be in the parade?
In the parade, you see. I'm leading the parade.
Really?
Wearing the emerald green silk hat, me fluent green cape, me pea green sneakers, and carrying a gold harp 7 feet high. I'll be the Duke Sparkenburg of Third Avenue.
I can imagine.
Marching behind me will be Knocko Nolan's flute band. 700 flutes filling quiver men of Sligo bones.
Well, tell me, Mr. Cassidy, do you think the housewife should get a weekly paycheck?
I do. Mrs. Cassidy and I have a mutual understanding.
You give her a check?
It's a lump sum.
A lump sum?
Every Saturday night, you see, I come home with me week's pay tucked away safe in the toe of me shoe.
I see.
When I open the door, my dear wife is standing there in the hall with knuckles akimbo.
Yeah?
I blow her a kiss, breaking of rain gold.
Yeah?
Do. She breaks off a foot or two of banister and knocks me unconscious.
I see.
When I come to, me shoe is off and me money is gone.
You mean the lump sum?
Me wife's got the sum.
And?
I got the lump.
Popular singer was tenor. Although the voice of the silver mask tenor is no longer heard on the air, his son still carries on. We now present Bobby White, 9 years old, his song, My Wild Irish Rose.
Someday for my
gentlemen. And now a friend who has a word for you.
This is the big week everybody's been waiting for since last December.
Friday is the first day of spring. Yes, time to plan your flower garden. And here's the biggest flower seed bargain you ever heard of. You get 88 different kinds of flower seeds, including 12 new varieties, all America Awards winners, all first-quality seeds. If you could buy this exclusive collection in any store, it would cost approximately $1.55. But it's yours for only 25 cents in coin and the top of any Tenderleaf tea package. Send to Tenderleaf Tea, Box 4, New York City. You get fragrant flowers, including new petunias, assorted low-border flowers featuring ageratum, medium heights, including marigolds, background flowers starring early flowering cosmos, plus early American beauty asters, art-shaped calendula, giant French carnations, giant imperial larkspur, and a booklet full of garden tips. But don't miss out. Send one top of many Tenderleaf Tea package and only 25 cents in coin. Address Tenderleaf Tea, Box 4, New York City. Ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea and send for your seeds now. Offer good in USA only. Thank you. That was Clock from How Are Things in Guacamole, played by Maestro Al Goodman and 25 men who are not mentioned in Kusevitsky's biography. Portland.
Yes?
Have you a little perfume I might borrow there?
I have some right here.
What's that?
It's called Breath of Gregory Peck.
Breath of Gregory Peck. No wonder he looked a little winded in the yearly.
But why are you putting on perfume? Is Marjorie Lane in town?
Marjorie Lane? Why, I'm calling on Miss Beatrice Lilly tonight. You know who Beatrice Lilly is.
She's the Judy Canova of the British Empire.
Oh, how right you are. I read that Miss Lilly is looking for a new musical comedy to take back with her to England, and I have an idea, Portland. I'll see you later. This must be Miss Lily's suite. There's a sign on the door that says, Beatrice Lilly has switched to water because water is milder. I wonder if she's home.
Yes?
Is Miss Lilly in?
I'm Beatrice Lilly.
You remember me, Miss Lilly. I'm Fred Allen.
I recall your face, but you have a strange aroma about you.
Yeah.
Your air seems to be fraught with rancid zephyr.
Well, that's a new perfume. Breath of Gregory Peck.
Breath of Gregory Peck?
Yes.
Gregory could do with a bit of sen.
But,
Here, why don't you try a dash of my scent?
what is your perfume called?
Afternoon with Arthur Creature.
No, thanks. I read in the gossip column of Popular Mechanics, Miss Lilly, that you had just returned from California. Did you have a good time in Hollywood?
Oh, it was one mad swell. Every afternoon it was into the pool, then sea.
Yes.
Then it was down to the pool, and then sea.
Yes.
Up from the pool, and then sea.
Yes. Sounds wonderful.
Simply dripping.
Tell me, what did you do? What did you do after dinner?
I just stayed in the pool. I dove down and wrote a few letters.
I suppose when you were out of the pool, you traveled with the fast British set in Hollywood.
Oh, yes. Eric Blanc.
Yes. Lassie is British?
Yes. Lassie Strikes Back. Yes. And Mother was an English setter.
How did you spend your time in Hollywood?
Well, when I wasn't in the pool, I was croquetting, cricketing, and leapfrogging till all hours.
Why, it must have been gaiety at its peak.
The most exciting thing was our English trap shoot.
Really? What is an English trap shoot?
Well, everyone sits around a room.
Yes?
And the first one who opens his trap gets shot.
It sounds dangerous.
It is. At the last trap shoot, Reggie Gardner got winged.
Reggie was talking?
Yes, it was a mistake. He was only yawning.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, Dee, where did you live in Hollywood?
Well, I stayed with Ronnie and Benita.
Oh, the Colemans.
Yes, you know, they have a lovely place in Beverly Hills. Mid-Victorian stucco.
Really?
The garage has a belfry on it.
Really?
Yes, the weather vane is a live peacock.
Well, that's Hollywood. Tell me, how are Ronnie and Benita?
Well, they're a bit cramped for space. Every room is filled.
Filled?
You know, they've made several appearances on some radio program. So instead of money, they got paid off in tobacco.
If they haven't been going on the contented hour, their house guest would be Elsie by now. Tell me, did you do any radio in Hollywood?
Oh, yes, I read all of Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Oh, Paramount's Lum and Abner.
Well, I turned down another program. I couldn't get permission from the king.
Permission from the king? What program was that?
Queen for a day.
Tell me, would you like to be queen for a day?
Frankly, I'd rather be Duchess of Windsor for 20 minutes.
Speaking of radio, Bee, remember when you were on my program last year?
Oh, yes, I still have some of those tea balls left.
Well, how about coming on again? Can you use any flower seeds?
No, Fred. I'm taking for England in a few days.
Well, that's why I'm here. Bee, I read that you're looking for a new musical comedy to do in London.
That's right, Fred.
Bee, your search is over. You can do the play I told you about last year.
Play? I don't recall.
Oh, you remember Picadilly?
Picadilly? What's it about?
Well, as the curtain rises, you hear a fanfare. The scene is Piccadilly Circus. All London is in a festive mood. It's C. Aubrey Smith's birthday. As the show starts, the merry Londoners break into song.
In the land of Skillington Town,
where a cops are bobbing, something smart is nobby, and the subway is called the Underground.
It's the heart of London and it's heaven.
Britannia rules each wave, every man is brave, and every man is an effective devil.
It's the hour of the snap as we choose the land that gave Winston the boo. And when we say,
Stop!
Bee, is something wrong?
Fred, this music's from Oklahoma.
Oh, look, Bee.
Now, you can't steal the whole score from Oscar Hammerstein and Dick Rogers.
Bee, Oscar Hammerstein and Dick Rogers have 5 hit shows. All day long, they're bent over counting their money. They never look up. How will they know that one show is missing?
Fred, I can't star in a black market play.
Well, the rest of the show is entirely different, Bee. Now, this next scene...
Well, what is it?
You are Daisy. You're a treacle girl in a pudding shop.
A treacle girl?
If a customer orders pudding and wants a little treacle on it...
Oh, I see. I brought over my treacle cruet and paw.
Yes. You are a young, innocent girl.
I see. I'm good. But I'm sticky.
Right. As this next scene opens, you are waiting for your bus. It's a typical London spring morning. And as a tribute to a spring day in London, you sing...
There are days that I feel I should chuck it when the rain's coming down by the bucket. It's a nice place for ships. The sky drips and drips. I'm here in a puddle, clear up to my hips. Oh, what an inclement morn! Oh, what a typical day! The streets full of blossom and jasmine. Everything's coming my way.
oh, what a drizzly morning. This is the way it will stay.
Oh, what a frightfully lousy day.
That was wonderful, Bee.
What's next, Fred?
Well, now comes the love interest. I'm your sweetheart, Herbert. We have a clandestine rendezvous at Kensington Garden. We're sitting on a park bench, and you speak.
Herbert Uncle
Dorothy, I've got a question to pose.
Herbert.
But Dorothy.
Are you touched me hand?
But I have me mitten on.
Herbert, don't be much concerned.
Certain don't.
Don't phone my sister for me. Don't snap my bicycle clip. Don't put salt on my fish and chips. People will say we're enamored.
Don't tug my tea bag string. Don't nibble my bloater fin. Don't touch my fraternity pin. The neighbors will say we're infatuated.
Don't shuffle my silk perfume. Herbert, please don't get gay.
Dorothy, I won't even look at you. The people will say we're that way. B.G. Rogers and Hannah, live and let live. Now, the next scene is the big climax.
What happens?
When your father refuses to let us marry. As the scene opens, you are pleading with your father. You say...
I have an outpacer. Ever wants to take me to America.
America? My little Daisy live among those savages? The Chippewas, the Algonquins, the Brooklyn Dodgers? I have a job waiting for me, sir, in Canada.
You see, Herbert's renting an off. He's going with the Northwest Mountains.
But Canada, Daisy, it's too blasted cold. The temperature goes down to 10 beneath the cipher. Freezing weather won't bother me none, sir. You say you don't mind the cold? Why don't you? I shall tell you why I don't, sir. For the cold I don't give a newt, 'cause I'm wearing me new union suit. Yes, I'm wearing me new union. With my hinge quite a figure, I'm a cousin. Down the Strand you can all see me strutting. Fits me close and keeps me comfy, and there is no slack. The cloth pure wool and the buttons are brown. The seams sure hold it together. The arms roll up and the legs roll down in case there's a change in the weather. To Lend-Lease I give all the credit. They sent me a suit and I shall never forget it. In such a suit there is nothing that any bloke can ever lack. It's my itchy little suit with the thingamabob on the back. Hey, Rocky, the final thing. Excuse me, be someone at the door. Come in.
Who's Fred Allen?
I'm Fred Allen.
Summons is for you.
Summons?
Being caught 1 week from tonight.
Yeah, that's summons.
What's doing you, Fred?
Look, Rogers and Hammerstein. This is ridiculous. They claim I stole this play Picadilly from their show, Oklahoma. They're going to sue me, hey? Well, I'll show them.
Well, Fred, what are you going to do?
Hand me that phone. Hello, operator. Get me my lawyer, Senevesty, Herskowitz, Kaufman, Epstein, Lumfang, Abercrombie, Hornblower.
It's NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.